Dzień dobry Państwu. Welcome. Welcome to our session, which is focused, totally on lifestyle together. So we took for the subject together with two areas. First is the healthy food, and most precisely the functional food in the healthy food. And the second part will be devoted to active healthy aging. So the session after the break. Our leader, beautiful leader for today, is sorry, Monica, Joanna. Joanna, that's Joanna, our friend for a long time. That's why I forgot.
Yeah, we know each other.
Joanna,
10 years.
More, maybe more.
Yeah, 15. Okay.
And Joanna will be your host, your leader, your guide, your expert for today. What we expect, I mentioned about that what we expect at the beginning of today's sessions, but maybe you couldn't listen to that. We want that these sessions will bring some kind of collaborations. So it's not important if this is a big issue, this collaboration, these small steps. We are actually, I participated this week and last week in the two quite nice talks in Warsaw and second in Brussels, when there was the issue of breakthrough discoveries rising, and there was also voices why we need the breakthroughs. Maybe small steps are good enough to progress, and we are talking about this type of collaboration. So maybe small steps, because of this session, because of the guests invited by Joanna, will bring small steps for performances, but this is also important. Not only breakthroughs, but if we have breakthrough, you're welcome to show something, to bring something which is important. Joanna will be your leader. Joanna will rule here. Okay. Yeah. all the sessions, and I think if you need my help, of course, you can call me each time.
Okay.
I'll be running all around. So, okay, Joanna, floor is yours.
Thank you, Kazimierz. Kazimierz? No, Karol. Yeah, okay. No, a little bit nervous. And this conference is so big, and I know that Kazimierz is very involved, and I forgive you. My name is Joanna Hańska. I'm a lawyer in iLaw Partners, and today I will be not your lawyer, but maybe your guide in the area of lifestyle, food, functional food. I will give you in a minute the floor to present your ideas, your potential thoughts, and everything which is combined, what we really need. We talk today about something essential. My presentation is on, yes? Yeah. Okay. Because I'm a lawyer, there's a legal disclaimer. No opinions, nothing for you which help you in your business, actually. But to be honest, yeah, some legal disclaimers. As we know, food is the essential of our life. Food is something which we really need to exist on our earth. But the question is, what is the future of that food? It will be produced in labs or maybe on the fields of gold, as the really popular songs we have bear in mind. But maybe it will be combined, something very traditional on the one hand, and the food will be produced with the help of knowledge. And that is why we have the question, what the functional food, because it's the topic of today, really is. Functional food refers to food products of health benefits, something more. Not only eat and go on, eat and go on, eat and go on, but something more, which give us some potential to exist, to reduce risk of diseases, to promote health itself. Please have in mind that food is something more in our history. It's not only the way we exist, but it's the way of how we made connections with each other, how we spend our time. Everything is very essential when we talk about functional food. Of course, this food have special functions, and we can divide both of them in two sections: conventional food and modified one. When we talk about functional, conventional food, for example, fruits, vegetables, these whole grains from the field of gold, we understand that this function of a food, which we use for reduce our risk of diseases, to benefit from this, it is the project of itself from very beginning. Yes, we have something on our field which have its function from our grains, from nuts, from seeds. But when we talk about modified one, is this a section where we have very conventional food, which is changed on the next steps of producing. For example, when we talk about cultured meat, the next presentation will be about it. When we talk about dietary supplements, which we really need because of many things, this is also made and produced after it came from our fields or fruits or vegetables. So the question is, what is the role of food in our life? As I told you before, it's not only essential nutrition. It's not only proteins, fats, carbohydrates, vitamins, and minerals. It's something more. It's our cultural and social interaction. Influences on our physical and mental well-being. It also health benefits. It's a prevention of various diseases, including obesity, diabetes, and heart conditions. But what next? What is also important? It's also important to understanding functional food. Beyond basic nutrition, as I told you, we have the function of promote health. For example, such a function we have in dietary supplements. We have a help during the diseases. We use in such a disease the food which have special medical function, which we really need because our body can't, for example, metabolize. And that is why we eat this special food to have more power for our body to increase our chances for being healthy. Of course, beyond basic nutrition, functional food could help to have this balanced diet. To be honest, what is normal diet? What is normal diet for people from Poland, Germany, Italy, US? They differ. But this balanced diet is essential also, and sometimes we need dietary supplements, for example, to have this balance in our life, because we sit at work. We sit in our cars because our fields of gold give us not as healthy food as we really expect. That is why we need some special food with specific function. The future of food, what it really is. Of course, innovations and sustainability. I picked, it's my author possibility, I picked only 3 examples. Plant-based food, this is the future, in my private opinion. Cultured meat, it is also the chance to potential reducing greenhouses, which is one of the challenge in the European Union, but on the whole earth. Of course, something very difficult to talk, insects. The potential of mushrooms, we know, and algae, it's also novel food for human population, for the human population which is bigger and bigger. And maybe we see chances in new way of eating to come with this challenge, because we are a huge population on Earth nowadays. As I told you, this food for special medical purposes is also very essential topic for today's session, because this is the food which patients requiring during the process of coming back and to recover. Such food could give high proteins, high energy, rich residue diet with a low glycemic index, for example. It is also special for inborn errors of metabolism. Allergies, ABS, ketogenic diet, lipid disorders, cancer even. This is very essential food, and to be honest, for patients, for people who are ill. And what is the legal challenges? What are legal challenges because of the fact that we have this functional food? To be honest, we don't really have the definitions, legal definitions of functional food. We have categories of them. One of them, as I told you, is food for special medical purposes. The regulations set compositionals and labeling rules for what? For guarantee safety and effectiveness. What is also very important, these are designed for individual diseases, whose nutritional requirements cannot be met by normal food due to specific medical conditions. The next category is food intended for infants and young children. It is also special food with special function, which is needed for infants and young children. It also modified milk, for example, as you probably know, but not only. It is also needed for children who have problems with growing, for example. In this area, this food is also very useful. Of course, the next category is food additives, which shall be safety for the food we produce as a modified one, as a modified functional food. Next category is dietary supplements, as I told you, something very, very small, vitamins or minerals and other substances which we need because, in fact, our normal diet or our specific conditions shall be such vitamins or minerals shall be added for such a diet. For example, vitamin D shall be in our diet because, in fact, we live in Poland. And in Poland, our existence is between one summer to the next one. And only in summer we can produce the vitamin B on the level which is fine for us. But to be honest, during the year, we have to supplement vitamin D. It's only one of the examples. There are hundreds or maybe thousands of them, why we really need dietary supplement in our specific conditions. Of course, fortified food is the next example. It ensures that fortification practices are also safe and beneficial. Probably you heard the word safety and safe a few times during my presentation. In fact, when we talk about legal regulation on food, we focus on safety most. Of course, we have also novel food. It's the food which was not known before 1997. It could be a food newly developed, or food from new sources, or traditional food from the third countries, not from the European Union, for example, from Asia or America. And food produced using new technologies, for example, the cultured meat, which will be in a minute on the floor presented. And part 5 of my story. Probably there is no Earth B. Yeah, we know it. And we can't live on Mars, on somewhere else. We have live here. And why we talk about functional food, actually? Because the impact of producing food in the traditional way is very harmful for our planet, actually. And we try to use something more, for example, technology on food production, to live on this planet longer, not only in 50 years, but longer and longer. And that is why I picked some very popular technologies, which are talked about nowadays, which could help to have our Earth longer and to live here in very good conditions. Precision agriculture is one of the examples which could be used to produce our food, our functional food, in a way which will be more beneficial for our Earth. Automation and robotics, probably you knew about it. Food biotechnology and genetically modified food, which we are a little bit aware about it, but actually, as you probably know, rice with vitamin A helped the population of India to decrease lots of risk connected with the diet they had in the past. Blockchain technology and, of course, artificial intelligence could also help to reduce harmful impact of food production. And the question for $1 million is, what shall we talk about next? And probably the answers will be in a minute on this floor because of your presentations on food. I only picked 5 of them: packaging, human population aging, climate changes, of course, safety and effectiveness, and what I saw in your abstract, evidence-based nutrition. Probably evidence-based nutrition is the key how we can have very safety, very good functional food on our shelves, at our homes, and to live longer and healthier. Thank you very much for your attention, and the floor is yours. And make dreams come true legally with us. And who is next? Who we really have? Probably via internet. I can introduce Frederick Beckerman from Merck. Excuse me, is Frederick with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, but we don't see you.
Okay.
Yeah, Frederick, yeah, I will introduce you. We don't see you. Oh, yeah, hi. Probably you don't see me.
I see you.
Oh, you see me. Hi, Frederick. Frederick Beckerman will introduce very interesting topic, as I told you during my presentation, on cultured meat. I liked your last presentation in Łódź, and the idea was to show what you do in Merck to show us how the better world could exist with cultured meat. Could you answer the question, is it really meat or not?
It is meat. It is meat.
Yeah, I know it. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you also for welcoming me, for the nice introduction, and also for the great presentation, by the way, because last time in Łódź, it was everything in Polish, so I didn't understand a thing, but now I can say it was a great presentation. Thank you for that. Yes, I would like to talk or I would like to introduce you a technology that might be new for you and that will come in the near future. I don't know how we can do it with the slides, or can you just put them on the screen, please?
Maybe you have to talk that next, and I will help you.
Now it's a good view for me also,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
So what it is all about? It's a big thing. It's a big question. How can we feed the planet without destroying it? And can we imagine a future where we won't eat animals, where we won't kill animals, but still eat them? Yeah, so there's a mistake here. So that is a big question. And the answer is yes, that is possible in the future with a technology which is called cultured meat. So if you go to the next slide, please. Let me give you a high-level introduction. What is cultured meat? So on the top, you see the process, how it works in principle. So at the beginning, you have the living animal, and you will make a biopsy. You take cells out of that animal, be it a cow, be it a chicken, a fish, the animal of target. So you take out the cells, you keep the animal alive, you are nurturing the cells in a petri dish, in the lab, in a cell bank. Then you transfer them into a bioreactor, and then you use bioprocess technology, like you would use it in fermentation tanks or for brewing beer, for example. So you are proliferating these cells, they're growing and growing, and then you will have, for example, muscle cells or fat cells, and then you can form a piece of meat, a piece of fish, for example, a patty for a burger. And that technology is still not on the market. It is in the near future, it will be on the market. The final product is real meat, right? It is a real tissue of muscle or of fat, and with all the same properties that you would expect from that piece of meat. That technology has potential for the environment, of course. Yeah, it would produce less greenhouse gases, for example, but also, and that is interesting, you could even enhance it, or you could make it healthier than the original. So you could enhance it with vitamins, for example. Joanna, as you just mentioned, vitamin D. You could produce a piece of meat that is using better fatty acids, for example. So that all might be possible with such a technology. And the end product, as I just mentioned, is a real piece of meat or fish. On the pictures here, these are real examples of some of these startups around the world that are producing different types of products. So for example, salmon for sushi, a steak, so beef, and or the patty for a burger. And these pictures are cultured meat or seafood examples. Why is that important? The next slide, please. We just mentioned the sustainability impact. And to give you an example, on the left-hand side, beef is very problematic. So 1 kilogram of beef produces already a lot of CO2 equivalents, like methane, right? You need a lot of land and water just to nurture these animals. And you also have problems, of course, with diseases, as we all know, that happened in the past. And but it's not only 1 kilogram, right? So what is the demand? What is the global meat production in the world? And I don't know in Poland, but at least in Germany and in many other countries, for sure in the past 20 to 30 years, people were told you have to eat less meat. It's better for your health, it's better for the environment, eat less meat. And the reality looks, unfortunately, a little bit different. On the right-hand side, you see the development of the global meat production in the past couple of decades or past couple of years. And you see it's rising. It's rising continuously. And there is an expectation that until the year 2050, the meat demand will rise for another 70%. So that is clearly something where we have to act. And on the next slide, please. I think one more. So you see that, I mean, there are studies, calculations, and it depends strongly on the conditions, but you see that clearly if you would use a principle like cultured meat technology, you would produce much less emissions. You would for sure don't need the land, and also you would use less water. And as I said, you also could manipulate the final product and with additives, vitamins, fatty acids, whatever you would like to do. Next slide, please. So you might wonder, or you might ask, what is a company like Merck doing here? So, I mean, we won't produce cultured meat. We are not a producer of meat or food in general, but we are a big science and technology company and a global life science company. And what you see here is, again, some principles or some parts of the production chain of cultured meat and seafood. So, for example, you have on the left-hand side in this graph cell isolation piece where you have the different animals, and you need a cell culture, a starter culture. You need bioreactors for the cell proliferation, and then later on for the differentiation in phase 2. And so you need a lot of things in the production of that. And we can enable this technology. We can enable these companies with our expertise. So around that graph, you see some words. What is needed for this kind of production? So you need, of course, filtration. You need bioreactors. You need consumables in general. You need a good quality control. It's important because you are producing food in an environment of a bioreactor. So you need food safety. Very important. And for example, you need a cell culture media where the cells are growing. And that is something where we are already working very closely with the industry. And I want to take this as an example, what we can do here and what we are already doing to support the industry. Next slide, please. So the cell culture media is needed for the cells to stay alive, at least, but then in the best case to grow and to differentiate into the cell types you would like to have. And the cell culture media that is available today is basically focusing on pharma and biotech only. So it's used since many years for the pharmaceutical industry. But that has a lot of challenges, right? So as the regulatory aspects are completely different. It's a pharma world. It's associated with high costs. The quality grades are completely different. It is aiming for human cells normally, for mammalian cells, but especially for human cells. And the supply chain is really focused on the pharma world. What we are doing is we are customizing it for the cultured meat and seafood technology. So we are using and we are developing food grade alternatives. We are ensure that everything is in a food-safe environment, that you have also documentation in place that you would need for the regulatory bodies or also for your consumers. For example, the question is, which might be interesting in the future, are these kind of products halal or kosher? That is something that is important for certain regions, right? And in general, then also the cell culture media or the ingredients that these cells are eating basically to grow, they must be animal component free, right? And this is something where we are working with the companies very closely together and just enable the supply chain of this future technology. And then on the next slide, please. I just wanted to give you another example or picture of a company where we are working closely with, that is the company Wildtype in the US, in San Francisco. They are focusing on fish, which is also a special thing, right? Because fish has the problem that you have overfishing in the seas, in the oceans, and that is also a problem that is problematic, very problematic. And I just wanted to show you that, of course, you have on one side the marketing pictures that are nice and just made for it, basically. But then just some weeks ago, I had the opportunity to eat an example or a prototype from them. And that picture is, as you can clearly see, I did by myself with my smartphone, just to show you that it's real. And our products are in there as well. So that makes me personally and our team really proud. And I just can tell you, I mean, this is a technology which might be scary to think about, or might be kind of crazy, or because it's new. But when you eat it or when you see it, you clearly see, and there is a strong potential because it is really like the original. And this could be something that can change a lot of bad things in the future. And with that, I want to thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. In a minute, I will ask to give floor for Anna Pasternak-Winiarska, PhD. But as maybe you remember, in which we talked also about labeling food alternatives, plant-based food, and with this cultured meat, this problem is not. There is no problem with labeling because it's really meat. And that is why, yeah, I know that is novel food, and we clarified together last time that what the novel food really is. You remember probably the question, is it safe? Yeah, and we clarified that it is safe because of the long story of researches you made with this cultured meat. And probably this is the solution for our Earth, and this is the solution for omitting mistaken of understanding what meat really is. And for people who want to have this taste of meat on plates, of course. Yeah. Thank you very much for being today with us online. A great pleasure of mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again. Thank you.
And now there is the presentation from Nutropharma. Anna Pasternak-Winiarska. We have a film probably because of some illnesses. Do you see the film?
Good morning, everyone.
Oh,
I'm glad that I can attend this event, even not personally, but the possibility to share more about Nutropharma project with you is very important for me. So I hope that we will be in touch, even I'm not in Krakow now. So let's skip to the main point. The impact of diet and nutraceuticals on women's health. As I previously described in my abstract, our project mainly focus on women health and how we take care about human health. So as a manufacturer of diet supplements, fortifying food, and food for medical special purpose, we develop new formulas. We conduct clinical studies, consumer studies, to check how it works, exactly how this project works on such group. And that's why we cooperate with many experts, doctors, nurses, midwives, dietitians, but also we support foundations. And as a manufacturer, we need more expertise from experts in the fields of chemistry, food technology, but also toxicology. And today, I would like to focus on the 3 key areas of women health. The first one is connected with aging. It's a fact. All of us, firstly, is more mature, and the next aging is the process, which be good or bad. Of our body and mind. So how to support in this process. The second group is the diseases, especially important for women. Here you can find the icon of endometriosis. Mainly it's treated by medicines, by pharmacology, but sometimes it's needed to surgery and how to manage them. And the third part, of course, when we talk about women health, we should also remember about motherhood. So let's skip to the first our project. On the market, here is brand Sirtway. It's a special diet scheme based on a cocktail which contain lyophilized vegetables, fruit. Why? Because our goal was to activate sirtuin. Sirtuins are proteins which modify metabolism and aging process. So if only vegetables can activate sirtuins, of course not only. The cocktail contain a complex of natural sirtuin activator, like, for example, resveratrol. And what was the problem with resveratrol? Resveratrol is untasty. It has a low solubility and poor bioavailability. So we need to manage to prepare some solution to add this sirtuin activator to tasty cocktail. And we used micropelletization of natural sirtuin activators. But for the future, we think about developing this brand, use another sirtuin activator, and we still will looking for the solution how to manage such ingredients. Also, another our goal was to prepare more easy to use food like instant soups based on lyophilized vegetables. So very good quality, very tasty, very natural, but still easy to use to obtain this diet scheme based on vegetables, good quality protein. The second project is so much different, but the goal is very similar. When we think about diseases, when we need surgery, the prehabilitation process, it's preparation before and the process of recovery after surgery. In this time, we need more protein. We need to support our body. Also take care about natural anti-inflammatory substances to decrease or stop release of some kind pro-inflammatory cytokines. And here, very similar goal, because we need to manage some kind of substances, also untasty, into tasty beverage. So maybe microencapsulation too, or micropelletization will be solution. Also here, we think about extend release to achieve our goal. And quick summary of these two projects with a very similar goal: how to manage untasty ingredients into tasty food. So we are looking for formulation sciences, pharmaceutical technologies, chemical engineering, process development sciences, food designer technologies, or everyone who know more about the processes connected with microencapsulation, micropelletization of natural substances, extended release, or support design instant food, instant soup in our case. And the third project, motherhood. Firstly, pregnancy. When we think about support diet of pregnant women, I think about diet supplements, and the main goal of supplements in pregnancy is to be sure that each capsule contains plant amounts of nutrients, because it's very crucial for proper development of fetus of child. But at the same time, it will be nice to have formulation free from unnecessary additives. So how to deal with the viscosity, with hygroscopicity of some kind ingredients. So this is our first goal. And the second one, it's connected with a product for lactation. It's a very tasty beverage from powder. And here we think about develop formulation to create new tastes and also have the possibility to use eco ingredients. Sometimes it's very difficult to switch on the eco because the different ingredients give different tastes. So it will be nice to manage them. And quick summary, who are we looking for? Food designer technologist, formulation scientist, pharmaceutical technologist, chemical engineer, process development scientist, or everybody who know how to manage new tastes, how to manage the process, to be sure that we have safe planet amounts of nutrient in each capsule, if the process is repetitive, how to deal with viscosity, hygroscopicity of ingredients. So it will be very nice if we can be in contact, use our app, or you can find me also on LinkedIn. So if you have some kind of question, absolutely don't hesitate to contact. And I hope we will be in touch and create great collaboration. Thank you very much for your attention. Bye.
Thank you, Anna, for this presentation. Now I ask a huge group from University of Agriculture in Krakow. So Justyna Waśniowska, Katarzyna Krawczyk, Aleksandra Raczyńska, Julia Kaczmarczyk, Zuzanna Grzyśka and Urszula Pomietło. So please be prepared in a minute. I will also add something very essential to this presentation. Probably you heard that tasty food is also possibility to make connections. Not only we focus on benefits, health benefits, but probably you know that we are what we eat. And if we eat tasty food, we feel better and it influences on our mental health. How many microphones you will need? One will be fine. Okay, great.
So good afternoon. We can start, I think, with the second slide.
Aha, dobra, bo ja sobie muszę to... Dobra, to... Trzymaj to. Mi kliknąć.
Okay, so insufficient nutritional care for patients before, during, and after hospitalization it's a problem that affects many medical facilities. Special attention should be paid to hospitals in small towns, but also reference facilities where the number of patients simply exceeds the possibilities of employed staff and providing services at the highest level. Malnutrition is a disease leading to unfavorable changes, including body composition, like decreased muscle mass and other changes in mental and physical health. It is also the factor predicting worse course of underlying disease. There are many causes of malnutrition, and most often it is the result of accumulation of several of them. It affects approximately 35 to 55% of hospitalized patients, and if we're talking about the cancer, even 40 to 90%. Insufficient nutritional education of patients and their unawareness regarding healthy lifestyle contributes to the deterioration of their nutritional status and increases the risk of diet-related diseases.
Yeah, our goal is to solve the presented issue and provide help and support to the patients before, during and after hospitalization. We would like to introduce you our idea, which is an application designed for dietitians and patients. Introducing the NutriSupport app from the moment of patient's diagnosis, we will allow for continuous monitoring and direct communication between patient and dietitian. Through consistent contact, we can support the patient during the entire process treatment, not only when the patient is in hospital, but also outside of it. Often patients leaving the hospital only with general dietary guidelines from the doctor, for example, what diet to follow, and we think that it's not enough. With our app, the patient will have constant access to their personalized dietary guidelines, including which products they can consume, what they should avoid. Additionally, they would have the ability to ask questions to a dietitian or a chatbot and have access to database of articles, catalogs of various products, for example, like medical nutrition drinks.
Slide shows two ways a patient can be treated. This is an example of a patient, a 60 years old man, diagnosed with gastric cancer. He weighed 80 kilograms before diagnosed, but lost 10 kilograms in a month due to malnutrition and intensive chemotherapy. The first pathway is a positive scenario. Patient use an app to connect with a dietitian and access dietary advice and educational material to help them a stable body weight, so they can continue cancer treatment and increase their chance of a cure. The second pathway shows another way thing could happen. And no apps support means more weight loss. Malnutrition makes the patient return to hospital with prolongs the treatment and reduce the chance of a cure.
So our application offers several key advantages that significantly enhance patients' care and the healthcare process. For example, it promotes proper nutrition and education. It also shortens hospital stays and reduces complications. It lowers re-hospitalization rates. It also improves the overall treatment process and minimizes misinformation. It reduces treatment costs. So in summary, our application streamlines care, empowers patients, and optimizes resources, making it a valuable tool in modern healthcare.
Now I tell you about the implementation, our idea. So the implementation process, we plan step by step to make sure that everything works well and any issues can be fixed. So first we will run a pilot study in the one hospital ward. They allow to us to test the solution in the small control setting. So next we will expand to the surgical or oncology ward, because the patient there often need the most care during the perioperative period. After then we will observe how the solution work and make any necessary change to improve it. So when everything is running smoothly, we will implement the solution in the areas hospital. Later we can also introduce the other hospitals that are interested, and the idea will be good. This growth on approach ensures the process is safe, effective, and the wear are well appropriate for the longer scale use.
So as you see, we have our team and we have idea. And I think we have knowledge because we all are dietitians. And to realize our idea, we probably would need some business partner or digital solution developers to prepare this application, of course. And in next step, we probably would need some medical entities willing to medical entities willing to implementation our application. So if you would like to improve nutritional states of hospitalized patients, please contact with us, and we are open to cooperate with our team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We picked your presentation, in fact, because as we talk with many entrepreneurs and with doctors and so on, in hospitals, people really think about diseases, yes? But only the body, which is strong and good and have good food, could be stronger for recovering. And that is why I love your project, because in fact you think about something very, very important. And I hope that you will find your partners in the very future from today. Thank you. And now I want to invite one and then another speaker from companies which I really adore. maybe not adore these companies, but their products. Because I really see that these products are based on evidence. And that is why it's very important to introduce products which are based on researchers. And now I will give the floor to Matteo Constantini and Joanna Cznadel from Vivatis Pharma. And I love the word vegan. And I hope that you will talk about a little bit how this green hyaluronic is a hyaluronic acid. So the floor is yours.
We will need one. Yeah. So good evening, everyone, and thank you, Joanna, for the nice introduction. As she spoiled, we will talk about a vegan product, let's say. As you may know, today's market is each day more interested in finding products which are on one hand ethical, on the other vegan. And also what we see is that, let's say, the boundary between pharma and nutra is becoming each day blurring. So we are looking for, let's say, food supplements which are more science-based compared to the past. For this reason, we developed this product, which is a vegan hyaluronic acid, and it's the first one from vegetable extraction, actually from a mushroom, which is called green hyaluronic. So why this is, let's say, is next generation and it is revolutionary? It is a next generation hyaluronic acid because, as I said, this is the first extracted from a mushroom, which is called Tremella fuciformis, which is a typical mushroom that you can find in, let's say, in Chinese cuisine. And its main characteristic are, which is a high molecular weight hyaluronic acid, and literature said us that high molecular weight hyaluronic acid is, let's say, better for our body. In fact, for example, this is a molecular weight between 200 and 2,000 and 4,000 kilodalton. And the hyaluronic acid in our body is usually around 6,000 kilodalton. So being, let's say, more similar to one in our body, it provides us with the great benefits. For example, lower inflammation levels, high hygroscopic capacity for our joint fluids benefit, and etc., etc. And on the other hand, as anticipated, is 100% natural and also organic certified, which is another, let's say, topic trend in today's world. So having, let's say, products which are of organic origin so that don't harm the environment. So let's dive in a little bit about the state of art and the science behind the product. We have published a study based on an organoid model, which is approved also for drugs approval for FDA and EFSA. It's very accurate model, which resemble very clearly the results obtained in the human model. We use this transfer system to evaluate the capacity of this product to be. Oh, sorry, I'm blinded by the lights. So we evaluated the capacity of this product to being absorbed by our intestinal part of the body. So we use this sort of mini reproduction of the organ in vitro, which resemble the intestinal lumen. And we administered these cells with green hyaluronic and a sodium hyaluronate from, let's say, a standard sodium hyaluronate. And as you can see from the graph, there is a pointer here. Should be? No. Is that pointer like...
Yeah, this one. We need some help.
I don't want to press something wrong.
This one or this one next or?
No, the pointer, this one? Okay, perfect. Sorry. Okay, now you can see. Okay, so the light orange is the sodium hyaluronate, the dark orange is our green hyaluronic, and as you can see, after 6 hours, there is a huge absorption of our product compared to the sodium hyaluronate. So we see that above 80% of our product is absorbed compared to the less than 40% of the other. And this is why it's higher absorption compared to competition, which also allow us to reduce the dosage of the ingredient in the final formulation. Next, we also evaluated its capacity to reduce the inflammation into an osteoarthritic model. Specifically, we administered these cells with interleukin-1 beta to simulate the inflammation state in these cells. And as you can see, what we observed is that there is apoptosis of these cells, so cells are dying, while after the administration with our product, basically we were able both to block the apoptosis of these cells and actually stimulate the proliferation of these cells, also I would say 4 times better than the sodium hyaluronate. These results was also confirmed by the inflammation level in these cells. In fact, as you can see, the untreated one had very high level of inflammation that keep being high in the sodium hyaluronate, while our product was able to completely abolish the inflammation, keeping these cells, I would say, similar to the untreated one. Next, we do the same using the keratinocyte model for a skin injury model. So as for the previous experiment, we tested both the cellular proliferation. As you can see here, we were able to strongly improve the proliferation of these cells, so basically simulating the, let's say, fixing of the tissue and the regenerative process of skin. And on the other, we were also able to see also here the reduction in inflammation in these cells. This is a time-lapse experiment of the same one from the previous data came from. And as you can see, on the first line, we have the untreated. On the middle line, the green uronic. And on the third line, the sodium hyaluronate. And as you can see, actually green uronic was the one which has, let's say, the highest capacity to fix, say, these 2 layers. Sorry, just to explain a little bit better the experiment. So we have 2 layers of cells which were separated by some sort of centimeters. And our goal is to see how much time it is required to take both layers together to simulate, let's say, the repair of the tissue. So as you can see, after 96 hours, the gap between the 2 layers with green uronic were almost completely full compared to your sodium hyaluronate and the untreated. And after 144 hours, we see a completely overlapping of the 2 cell layers. So saying that the 2 layers are completely junctioned together, simulating the repair process, while the other have some sealed spaces between them. So, what's next? We are planning to do a clinical study, which will be focused on skin benefit of green uronic as a food supplement, which will be with 60 participants, and it will be started by the beginning of 2025. We are also developing a topical cream, because the same product is also available as a cosmetic product. We are also providing, let's say, and developing medical devices, both injectable and some eye health or whatsoever. And we are also taking the Cosmos and Natural certification also for expanding our product into the cosmetic area. So after this boring scientific introduction, I'll leave the floor to my colleague Joanna.
Thank you very much, Matteo. So as you can see, it's true that behind this product we have really a lot of science. Of course, it's not enough for us. So still, sorry, not this side. So still we would like to develop the product. We would like to develop our cooperation with different companies as well. So make it like long story short, because Matteo took all the time nearly, but it's okay, it's completely okay. I'll be fast so not to get you bored and not to make you want siesta. So I will basically focus on the thing, what it is in it for you. I mean, as a company, we would like to find as a cooperator in any way. So the first thing and the most important one is the access to the unique patented ingredient. As Joanna said, it's vegan. So of course it's like also meeting nowadays customers' demands for sustainable products, for vegan products, for eco-friendly products, for greens, for everything that is in this eco trend. We also would like to share the access to our R&D and some future product innovations, because we think that only by collaborating with different partners, we are able to, in a way, develop the product. We also would like to give you access to growing markets, to the markets all over the world, because our brand is already visible globally, I would say. It's still not very popular, invisible in our country, but more or less we have the presence of the product in each European and not only European countries. Also, using the branded ingredients gives you the, in a way, privilege to be the only one on the market and also to make your customers really loyal to your brand. So, fastly speaking, how you can get involved, it will also go with the things that in a way fulfill our expectations as well, which is on the next slide, but I will do it very fast. So, for example, if you are the producer or brand or CMO or CDMO, we are very open for any kind of cooperation. We are open to sign any kind of agreements, like trademark agreements, also collaboration agreements, just to give you our sign and to work on your projects, your products with our brand. Partnering in product development, it's also mutual because we would like to help you to develop your own formulations, your own products, your own new brands with our product. And also, on the other hand, we would like you to get some ideas or maybe some very new problems that will occur during our cooperation that will let us and allow us to focus on the product more. Also, the main thing for us is to share and participate in research and clinical studies on the product. So if you are any kind of researcher, any kind of laboratory or university also, we are really open to open the project and collaborate on some kind of researches connected to the product. And also from the marketing point of view, if you are the marketing person or some kind of influencer, maybe, we have someone like that, and you have the audience that is connected and interested in some natural products, some vegan products, and all the green trend, we are also very open for collaboration. So the next slide is basically the same because, as I said previously, our expectations and how you can get involved, it's nearly the same to us, so I will just skip it so not to take time. For everyone who would be interested and who would see the presentation later, the slide with like really main and basic things about our product, apart from, of course, the science that Matteo already mentioned. I will leave it without the comment because, of course, no comment is here necessary. For me, the most important thing is also to show you that we have a lot of different smaller and bigger brands already using the ingredient worldwide, as I mentioned. We can, in a way, develop the products with our customers in different forms. So as you can see, it can be, like from the previous slide, capsules, tablets, any kind of food supplements like bars, functional bars, snacks, drinks, and also, as Matteo mentioned, the cosmetics, because our product is also okay to use with cosmetics. There are, of course, 3 different products, standard version of Green Uronic, organic version, and the version for cosmetics. So how we can be connected in a way? If you would like to have some comments or any ideas or anything that would be interesting for us and for you as well, we are really open to any kind of collaboration. You can simply call us, write us, via platform as well, or via email, telephone, via Joanna. Everyone who is interested, please feel free to contact us in any other way, and let's just take action as it is.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much for your presentation. As I told before, we have two companies which I really believe in researchers, you, because in fact, yes, the first meeting was with your researchers, my meeting with your researchers, and that is why I saw a company which really know what to do. Yeah, on the market. And of course, it's very important that you mentioned that cosmetics is also the thing where hyaluronic could be inside. And it's also important because food could be understand broader, wider, yeah? And it's only not inside, but also outside.
Exactly, and I just want to add, like, very briefly, that this is not the only green product that we are working on. So stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joanna and Matteo. And now I will ask Krzysztof Lemke, the CEO of Aron Pharma, to present the next product, which I really believe. But yeah, you will describe what this really is. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Jana, for inviting me to this conference and to give the opportunity to talk a little bit about our company and research that we are conducting. The topic that I wanted to present it to you today, it's the product that we are currently working on. It's in a stage of pilot production, so it's a quite well-advanced product, but I will briefly show you how we came up to this idea and what kind of studies stand behind this product. So we focus on IBS, which is a condition that significantly impacts the quality of life of many patients. There is a strong link between microbiota and a link between gut and the brain function, especially between the enteral nervous system and central nervous system. Any disruption in microbiota composition actually affects the functioning of the gastrointestinals and leads to this severe condition, which is very unpleasant for patients. The very interesting thing about IBS is that it's diagnosed by doctors or physicians when they exclude any other possible disorder in gastrointestinal tract. So as you can imagine, there is no really a very efficient cure for this condition. So normally people are taking quite a lot of food supplements to help them maintain their quality of life, because not even treatment. So that's why we thought that there is an opportunity for us to develop the product that will actually help patients. As I said, any disruption in microbiome may lead to imbalance in, for example, in gut health, in microbiome. It can induce the inflammation, which leads to disruption of cell junctions. It also leads to disruption of motility in gut intestinal. So it's really leading to very poor quality of life. What leads to this kind of problem? It's mostly bad diet, food map, which is diet very high in carbohydrates or any other physiological stress. So we came up with idea mostly based on our own research from the lab, but also from the literature and from discussion with physicians who are actually dealing with this kind of patients. We came up with the product that actually is composing of 3 different compartments. So we have a fiber which is a highly hydrolyzed fiber. We have probiotics in this formulation, but also postbiotics, which are polyphenol-rich extracts. This is the key component in this product is actually the third compartment of the product, the composition of polyphenols
based on elderberry and aronia extracts. And both the extracts are standardized for polyphenols and anthocyanins, so we know exactly what is the efficacy and what is the activity of this composition. This product is actually our design. It's patent protected already. It has a patent in Poland. It has a patent application in a PCT procedure, and we are actually filing right now the new patent application for this IBS product. So we came up with the proposed mechanism of action of an active in IBS, which is regulation of bile acid pool regulation. We have an influence on composition of microbiome in the gut cells. It has its powerful antioxidant properties. It also has anti-inflammatory disorders. And this came actually from our laboratory work, not related to the IBS, and from the literature. That's why we, based on the data that we already had, we designed the clinical studies to actually prove that this our concept works on a human onset. So we designed the study. We divided 30 patients into 3 different groups. One group was the placebo, so the study was placebo controlled. We had a second group which contained fiber and probiotics, and a third group was actually taking 3 compartments of the final product, which is fiber, probiotics, and postbiotic, which is a combination of polyphenols and anthocyanins. So the treatment was for the 2 months of daily supplementation, every morning and every evening. We collected several different samples, mostly blood, serum, stool as well, to monitor different parameters in this disorder. And also we performed the questionnaire dedicated for IBS patients, composing of, as far as I remember, 50 different questions at the beginning and the end of the studies. So short summary of the results that we got in the study. The most striking one that we saw, we actually present very little results. We got quite many of them. But the key results was that we observed very strong reduction in the inflammation process in the patients with IBS. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one. So in a third group, which is the combination of 3 different compartments. So this was very important for us because we wanted to see how the polyphenols and anthocyanins actually influence the gut microbiota and what is actually happening in guts. So we had the real control group to this group was the second group, which is fiber and probiotics. And third group is fiber, probiotics, and postbiotic, which is Fanactive. And this proves that polyphenols from the berries actually are working within the guts. And what is also very important, that I didn't mention it before, but I should say it, is that the delivery method of the product is also very important because we used enterocoated capsules for the direct delivery to the gastrointestinal tract. So we didn't use the normal capsules where the product is dissolved in the stomach and then it goes to the bloodstream. So we really wanted to have the product to get into the blood, to the gastrointestinal tract. Second parameter that we measured was the production of the short chain fatty acids, which are crucial for integrity of the intestine, lowering the inflammation as well, but also for the motility of intestines. And as you can see, we have a very nice result from the third group, where we have a statistically significant increase in the production of butyric acid, which is the one that we normally actually getting from outside during the IBS treatment. So we have kind of a natural induction of the synthesis of this butyric acid by the microbiome in the gastrointestinal tract. The last parameters that I wanted to show you, it's a satisfaction survey. This is based on this questionnaire that we run through the patients at the beginning, at the end of the treatment. And among 50 questions, 47 questions were positive for the third group of the patients that received the full product. So that based on those data, we actually moved with this project further to make it available to the market. As I said at the beginning, right now we are in a process of pilot production of this product. So what do we want from you guys? We collected quite a lot of samples during the studies. So we collected blood samples, we collected serum samples, we collected stool samples. We've been able to analyze some of the parameters that we have in the study, but there can be many other ones, many more of them, including, for example, the most important one, which is influence of the polyphenols on the composition of microbiota in a stool. This parameter is very interesting and very important because modulation of microbiota in the long term will lead to increase of quality of life and lowering of the discomfort and disorder conditions. So if you have the opportunity and methodology and everything to work with us, we will be very happy to work with you and give samples for further analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Krzysztof. As far as I understood, one of the challenge for the future is the immune system, probably.
Yes.
And to understand that we are not alone itself, that probably in our bodies we have the whole system, the whole cosmos, and so many organisms in our body we have, and that is why the microbiota is, we have to care about it, yes?
We do. I mean, microbiota is really a rising star in terms of research right now. It's mostly due to the fact that our diet is getting worse and becoming worse and worse. The slide that we've seen on one of the presentations regarding the meat consumption, you can very nicely see the meat consumption in Asia, how it's growing. And like 40 years ago, there was no colon cancer in Asia, almost none of them.
Nowadays it is.
Or it was on a very low level. Now it is one of the most common cancer in this region. So, and it's strictly linked to the food, to the nutrition that we are actually taking. So it's really important. It's getting more and more attention, and there's more and more research going on to look for new therapies, new support for the patients in having different disorders in gastrointestinal tract.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for this presentation, very interesting one, and the immune system probably is one of the biggest challenge in the future. And now I will ask once more, University of Agriculture, but only two of them, Katarzyna Krawczyk and Justyna Waśniowska, but something about fortified food, yes, exactly, and there's a microphone. As I present, that is one of the legal challenge. Do you need this? Right. Yeah, okay. Legal challenge because it's changes and changes, but iodine is one we really have from the past. So the floor is yours.
So hello again. I'm Katarzyna and it's Justyna, and today we would like to tell you something about plant biofortification with iodine as an alternative method of iodine prophylaxis.
Iodine deficiency in the diet can cause serious problem like thyroid problems, type 2 diabetes, and heart diseases. Iodine is important for the body to work properly, especially for metabolism and thyroid function. The main source of iodine is iodized salt, but the World Health Organization recommends limiting salt intake to 5 grams per day, which can lead to reduced iodine intake. We need to find other sources of this element. On the slide, we see a proposal for a solution, making kale more iodine rich. Kale can become a great source of iodine, while also being healthy and functional food. This help reduce the risk of iodine deficiency and salt intake, especially for cardiovascular diseases.
So what is the plant biofortification with iodine? It's the method to increase iodine content in plants. Here we have example for kale, and our kale was cultivating in a hydroponic system. It's the soilless cultivation, and we put iodine compounds to a nutrition solution, and our plants absorb this iodine by roots. And for example, we have always another methods of plants biofortification. For example, we can add iodine compounds to the soil, this method is used, for example, for potatoes. And also we can use foliar application, for example, for corn. Many researchers are interested in plant biofortification using inorganic forms of this microelement, but we should point out that our team also checked organic forms of iodine, for example, iodosalicylic acid and iodoquinolines. And I think in this moment, I should tell you that we can now, for example, go to supermarket or market and buy this kind of biofortified plants. But for example, in Italy, there are available potatoes biofortified with iodine, and these potatoes have higher level of these trace elements. And here we have some results for kale. And as you see, using iodoquinolines had positive effect on iodine content in 2 cultivar of kale, in green kale and red kale. And I think what is important for us as a consumer, quotient value calculated for consumption 50 and 100 grams portions of this kind of kale. This value are less than 1.0. So for us, as a consumer, it means that consumption this kind of kale would be safe for our health. And what is important, using this kind of iodo compounds had no negative effect on yields, and similar results we obtained for potatoes and lettuce too.
The slides present the results of the study on the biofortified of kale with iodine, and effect of different heat-treated such as blanching, steaming, and boiling. On the iodine content of 2 varieties of kale, it's Oldenburg and Red Boar. Oldenburg kale, it's green kale, and Red Boar kale, it's red kale. The study shows that steaming is the most effective method of preserving the elements. It was shown that the biofortification of plants resulted in less iodine during heat treated. On the slide, we see a research model using different diets in laboratory animals. The control group is group C, received the standard diet, while the experimental group had supplements or biofortified kale in a raw form. Based on the results in urine and feces, it can be observed that iodine form biofortified plants has a good bioavailability and positive influence blood parameters in rat. The results suggested that biofortification of kale may be an effective solution for preventing iodine deficiency. Functional food are a fast-growing market. What an expected annual growth rate of around 9% until 2030, as shown in the graph. This market focuses on key ingredients like minerals that support health. Our research addressed the need for innovation like iodine biofortified kale, providing essential nutrients to provide diet. We are exploring biofortification in other plants, including lettuce, potatoes, blueberries, and raspberries. This biofortified food can be eaten fresh or used to create products like jellies or puddings, which we are currently developing.
And of course, we address our offer to everybody interested in plant biofortification in iodine, but especially we address it to entities related to agriculture, food industry, dietary supplements, and of course research, science research. And I think I should tell in this place this information because I didn't tell it before. But of course, we conduct research about chemical composition of plant biofortified with another iodide compounds. And also we conduct research with laboratory animals in vivo study, and of course with normal and cancer cell lines in vitro study. So we invite you to cooperate with us, and here we have contact to us, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Perfect picture on TikTok. And thank you, because it's one of the, as I told you, we divide functional food in two of them. One which from the very beginning has its function. And you presented this part, and thank you for your presentation. And now I will ask the next presenter, the next speaker, Mr. Piotr Guzy from WiseMed, to present very interesting topic connected with pharmaceutical help. Some of them, yeah? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone. Okay, before I will describe our project, I will very briefly outline the context of our initiative and the idea that we wish to promote. So, for a moment, let's think about health system as a human organism, as a living organism. Health workers, human resources, can be compared to blood, the flow which delivers every valuable asset anytime, wherever or whenever they are needed. In the event of shock, we could call it hypovolemic shock, when there is a shortage of blood in our circulation system, there is no time to address needs of the peripheral areas. There is no time to think about the future. Our wise organism focus only at the most vital and crucial parts, tissues, organs, and etc. Abandoning peripheral areas may lead to some serious consequences in the future, but the only aim at that moment is to survive the very next moment, the very next hours. I think that we can agree we are experiencing a bit similar process in our healthcare system, not only in Poland, but also across the Europe. Maybe we can agree that statement across all of the world is accurate. So, when there is shortage of health workers, there is no time to address less urgent needs, regardless their importance. We have no time and no assets to deliver valuable services of preventive medicine, at least at the level we all wish we can do. So, what do we do when there is shortage of blood in our vessels? We administer fluids. Our idea is very simple. In Poland, there are 25,000 practicing pharmacists who work in community pharmacies. These pharmacies are available for everyone, every day. Everyone here can walk out that building, find the nearest pharmacy, and wait 0 minutes, maybe up to 15 minutes, to get counsel from qualified pharmacists. Polish patients visit pharmacies about 2 million times a day. I think most of us here are very familiar with the idea of 4 levels of preventive medicine. I hope that we will agree that pharmacies are a suitable environment for every level of preventive medicine, from the beginning, from the health campaigns, executing health policies, vaccination programs, early diagnostic and screening, through treatment optimization, to mitigating the consequences of health conditions or mitigating the consequences of treatment, such as complications or adverse events. When I think about the potential of Polish pharmacists and the way we waste that potential, I think of this, I remember this charismatic, well-known military leader who once said that some of you will die, but this is the sacrifice I am willing to make. And I don't want to make the sacrifice of risking the patient's health, lives, quality of life, just to avoid taking action and utilizing potential that streams in community pharmacies in Poland. So, at this point, I guess some of you are wondering, okay, sound nice, but what does he want to do? So, I am very happy that I can address this question. And our goal is to bring laboratory level of diagnostic quality to community pharmacists. For at least 1 week, selected pharmacies in Małopolska region will offer diagnostic tests and appropriate counseling free of charge to the patients in the region. Available tests will include COVID-19, influenza A and B type, RSV, strep A, and quantitative test for C-reactive protein. The immunoassay we are going to use meets the laboratory standard of diagnostic accuracy. During the week, we will gather all relevant data and perform feasibility study of such service. Few words about our plans. We hope that in next months we will be able to develop other services such as cholesterol and triglyceride tests, both in terms of early diagnosis and screening, and in terms of using that results for medication therapy management optimization. Forgive me. We hope also that we will be able in the future to bring everything up and to collect clinical data and evaluate the effectiveness and safety on the interventions. Okay, now I guess there may be a question. Okay, so nice, but what do you want from me? I want to invite you all to join us, to talk, to have a chat, to exchange experience and views. And we are seeking for your support. I'm asking you to financial and organizational help, as well as helping us in promotion of the idea. This message is directed to actually everyone, businesses, local authorities, NGOs, patients group. What we can offer in exchange is participation of the project, influence on the shape on various steps of the project, very strong and effective promotion of your company or your brand in pharmaceutical community, and mutual exchange of know-how and perspectives. At the moment, in the project, organizations involved in the project are PharmaBall, the coordination, we have here Bolesław from PharmaBall, the coordinator of the whole initiative, WiseMed, developing the algorithm of the service and helping in data analysis, and various pharmacies willing to implement new services and develop stronger and better and more effective pharmaceutical care. We have Beata and Ania from pharmacies. We are very thankful for the support from Klaster LifeScience and for the patronage of Pharmaceutical Chamber in Kraków.
Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Yeah. I understood that sometimes for the chairman, presentation will give something more, because I have to forgive you. I have to ask you for forgiveness, because I told a lot about food, lifestyle, and everything, but I didn't mention one, people. So we focus so much on researches, on definitions, on everything, but actually the most important challenge, it's not only food or lifestyle for people, but made by people. And the care is, of course, made with hands of very, very intelligent people. And thank you once more for your presentation.
Thank you very much. People may not be the only asset in shortage, but I think people are the asset which is the hardest to replace. Thank you very much.
Hardest to replace and the most important, actually. And the next presenter, I will ask Małgorzata Filipińska from University of Jagiellonian University, and to say something about navigation. Patient navigation for people with cancer. The floor is yours. There is a microphone. Yeah. Yeah, of course. No problem.
Okay, so thank you for a lovely introduction. Hello, everyone. It is a great pleasure to participate in this year's summit. As already said, my name is Małgorzata Filipińska. I'm a psychologist and psycho-oncologist, but today I would like to talk to you about the work of our Laboratory for Aging Society in Jagiellonia University Medical College. Next slide, please. So the title of today's presentation is Patient Navigation for People with Cancer. I want to draw your attention to the specific needs of older people who receive cancer diagnosis and the scale of cancer burden. Next, I will do my best to explain the main ideas and development of navigation idea and how it applies to older age groups. In the last part of the presentation, I will talk to you about the EU Navigate project that is currently being implemented in 6 European countries, including Poland. Lastly, I will ask you to participate in our project if you can. Next slide, please. But first, some data. According to researchers' estimation, more than 60% of newly diagnosed cancers are in people older than 65 years. As you can see on the slide, already in 2012, around 60% of new diagnoses were among older people, both those who identified as women as well as men. The global burden of cancer is rapidly increasing, with the expected rise in new diagnoses to 24 million cases in 2035. Next slide, please. Regarding group specificity, the comorbidity and fatigue seems to be more profound than in younger groups. Managing few illnesses at the same time often leads to aggravation of symptoms and profound tiredness. Other difficulties reported most frequently by older people are the fragmentation of healthcare services, communication problems, especially understanding medical information. In consequence, older people struggling with sickness are less motivated or even unable to leave their houses, and the visible cycle of social isolation and depressive symptoms continues. And now about navigation. One of the possible solutions to this problem is indeed patient navigation. To draw context, the idea was created by Dr. Harold Friedman in the late 80s in Harlem, United States. Navigators aim to increase the participation of Afro-American women in screening tests and their treatment adherence. Therefore, the initial navigation concept was dedicated to minorities, whose members usually have lower socioeconomic status and struggle with limited access to healthcare and social care services. In the next 30 years, navigation programs were adapted to the needs of different patient groups, including those managing diabetes, dementia, or AIDS. Next slide, please. But what patient navigation is in practice? According to Wells and colleagues, it is a time-limited intervention designed to help patients overcome barriers that they face while using healthcare and social care services. The navigator works with patients to identify those areas of struggle and adapt actions to individual needs. Another important aspect is the possibility of applying intervention through the whole continuum of care. Next slide, please. The mission of Patient Navigator is to connect people with services. You can see in this table below examples of actions taken by people executing navigation. Depending on the nature of the program, the role of navigator can be performed by professionals or volunteers. The two main goals are to provide informational support and emotional support. If the navigator has such competencies, they can also help with administrative issues or with clarifying medical information. So the navigator is seen as a proactive representative of the patient whose actions can increase accessibility of medical services. Next slide, please. And now about our program. The EU Navigate intervention is based on the effective Canadian NAVCARE program and is currently being implemented in 6 European countries: Belgium, Ireland, the Netherlands, Portugal, Italy, and Poland. Our professionally trained navigators provide support to people aged 70 years or older who cope with active cancer. They aim is to maintain patient independence and reinforce professional medical and social services. EU Navigate implementation includes regular assessment of effectiveness that is conducted by researchers from our lab, myself included. And right now, I would like to tell you about the experiences of Polish team. To do so, I want to tell you about 3 patients' practical example. One of them, who was previously unable to leave the house and suffered from mild depressive symptoms, is currently able to do her shopping, go on a short walk, but also take care of her appearance. Another person was unable to understand the trajectory of medical path, and now they are motivated to continue treatment. The last person that I would like to mention is now just happy to have someone to talk to when they feel the need to share the struggles of tiring chemotherapy. What I want to highlight right now is that even though the navigation might be difficult to understand at first, it is really effective, and none of our patients that participate reported being unhappy with support provided. Next slide. And here you can see inclusion criteria for patients that can participate in our program. In the last slide, I would like to show you 3 areas that you can participate in. The first one, you can help us with promotion of the project among other specialists or institutions that could benefit from Navigator engagement. Secondly, if you can identify potentially eligible patients, please tell them about EU Navigate, as it can improve their life dramatically. We can provide any promotional materials necessary. And lastly, our research team is engaged in the mapping of navigation or similar to navigation programs worldwide. And if you have any knowledge of such projects or services, we are asking you to complete the mapping questionnaire that is accessible on our website, and you can see the link below. And the last slide. So if you have any additional questions, feel free to ask them after the presentation or contact us via phone, email, or through the website. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I also understand that your project is connecting to giving people independence.
Yes, exactly, because patient independence, generally independence of older people is crucial.
And dignity. And dignity, because sometimes older people have such a challenge that go there, do this, but the dignity is somewhere in the hall, but not in the room.
Exactly, and the situation of illness is stressful for them, so it's even very difficult to understand the information provided, and how can you even plan your life around it if you have no knowledge about the illness previously.
Yeah, that's right. We last month, or maybe 2 months, 3 months ago, with Kazimierz, we discussed such a maybe artificial intelligence to introduce it in hospitals, to translate what the medical language and what really people have from it. So very, very good idea. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
And now I will ask Przemysław Wrona, Blanka Podziemska, and Oliwia Sozańska to present Holiomet, yes, an innovation in psychotherapy. Yes, that's right? Yeah. One microphone? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Okay.
So, hi, my name is Olivia, and today I want to introduce you to our project, which is Holiomet. So, what's the problem? Let's start with measuring instruments. Modern physiotherapeutic clinics often use devices that can be uncomfortable for patients. These devices are cold and make us discomfort due to poor ergonomic design. Many people dislike the sensation of cold metal against warm skin. I'm not surprised. Another important issue is that the measurement scales on some of these devices are often worn out of poorly management. As a result, physiotherapists might struggle to read the measurements accurately, increasing the probability of making mistakes. The next device I want you to introduce to is the inclinometer. Like the goniometer you see here, it can be replaced by the holiometer, which solves many problems found in traditional devices. One big issue with the inclinometer is the narrow scale, which makes it hard to take accurate readings and increases for change of mistakes. To use it properly, you also need very good lighting, which isn't always easy to achieve in a busy clinic. Another problem is that the inclinometer has moving parts that wear out over time. This means they often need to repair or replacement, which need extra costs. So, what about physiotherapists? Time is one of the most valuable resources, especially for busy physiotherapists. How can we save it? The solution is simple. In most of the clinics, achievements are currently done in a way that wastes time and energy. First, the physiotherapist needs to locate and carry heavy equipment. Then, they use it to take measurements and write the results on paper. After they shift, they often need to transfer this data to a computer. This process is not only time-consuming, but it also increases risk of the mistakes during data entry. With the holiometer, we can save time, not just by the physiotherapist, but also for the patient. By sampling for the process, we can reduce the time needed for tests or even shorten waiting times for appointments. Many of the tools used today are old and not designed to be comfortable. They are hard to use for long periods because they can cause discomfort or even strain for therapists. For example, some tools require awkward hand position or repetitive movements that make them try to use. So, what about schools? Nowadays, the tests, concours in schools are often by eye test, with no prepared measurement tools. Schools usually don't have enough money to buy expensive devices like goniometers or inclinometers, probably assist posture. When the school nurse tells us everything is okay but doesn't detect any posture issues, the problem can go unnoticed. Over time, untreated posture issues, the problem can go. This is dangerous because if we were aware of these issues, they can lead to more serious health problems later on.
Okay, so now we know that the traditional instruments are uncomfortable and time-consuming in daily use. I want you to think, why do we still use them? Answer is simple, there was no holiometer before. We worked on it for a year straight, so I think we made giant progress over time. And we conducted many interviews with physiotherapists to make sure our project meets their expectations. We worked in collaboration with them, so we could design all the parts moving, so it will make all the possible measurements in a small form factor. Next, we conducted advanced research to find the best sensors that will allow you to make precise measurements while keeping the budget low. So that was the best option we could make and fit in here. Okay, so then thanks to them, we have the precise measurement, achievable, unachievable using traditional instruments. And next we have a Bluetooth module in this device, so we don't have to waste paper on writing data down and then writing them back to computers. So, okay, we made an application for iPad in this example. Of course, there won't be any problem in making the one for computers or anything other. And there is application, there's a reading straight going live to the application. We can save data. We can even retry the measurement and try again. Of course, if we want to delete any of the measurements we have taken, we just swipe it down like in any other app and delete it. So that's why I need the iPod right now. And okay, so that's all from me. And now it's Blanca's time to tell what we need.
How it to make happen. As a team, we are fully completed. We need support. As a team, we are fully committed to developing the Holiomet and bringing it into a market. We are sure this device has a potential to make a real difference, but there are still important steps we need to take. Our key goal to secure a patient for an entire European Union that will protect our innovation and their uses and give us the confidence to introduce it into the market. Another step to do, specialized medical tests. Those demanding studies will assure the Holiomet meets to high standards and it's ready for use in places like physiotherapy clinics or school nurses' office, where our focus of making it effective, safe, and reliable for all users. Finally, we are open to collaboration. Whatever is technical experience, research partnerships, or support in bringing the product to the market, we are trying to work with those who are shared our vision. Thank you for listening our presentation. With your support, we can turn the Holiomet into a solution that truly helps people. You can find us on Instagram or Facebook. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And now we have the last presenter before the coffee break, very, very short one. Not the last, but the group of last presenters. Wojciech Szecówka, Julia Nowak, and Dominik Jasiówka. Yes, will present Nici Ariadny, but I will translate it a little bit. It's Ariadna thread or a clue, a key. For solving the labyrinth in hospitals. So the floor is yours, and I'm an ear.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to show you our project. So labyrinths can make us stress on anxiety. So let's try to minimize it with our project Nici Ariadny. My name is Wojciech Szecówka, this is Julia Nowak, and this is Dominik Jasiówka. We are students of Biomedical Engineering at University of Science and Technology in Kraków. We are in a very interdisciplinary field, so we are looking to our project from many perspectives.
So our project is based on the popular, well-known idea of information kiosk. We all know it from shopping malls, for example, but we wanted to modify it to make it more inclusive, simply. Given the projected share of people aged 60 and over in Poland, and also the number of persons with disability in Poland, we should concentrate on these people needs, simply, and make the solution accessible for them. Also, the problem with patients being closed in a hospital, it's not only about the stress of a patient, but also about simply drop in efficiency in hospital. Because patients who are lost sometimes make it to the appointment later than planned, therefore create some delays. Also, they are so desperate sometimes that they engage staff in the navigation, which is also disturbing for the hospital. And also we should consider the fact that while moving around the hospital, the patient can spread diseases, and it's always dangerous, hazardous, simply. Market research shows that many hospitals already invested in some kind of navigation systems. We also heard that Żeromski Szpital and John Paul Hospital has some problems with patient navigation, so the problem is real and the need is real.
And as a solution to this problem, we would like to propose a physical navigation system equipped with a large map displayed on the main screen, which we have a printout of here. This is a device similar to those currently used in, for example, shopping malls, but with several key differences to incorporate the needs of all patients. These include, next slide, adjustable height, for starters, to cater to the needs of patients on wheelchairs, for example. Also, the system would feature two ways of interacting with the map. Firstly, via a touchscreen with a list of destinations, and secondly, through a voice search, so commands speaking directly into a microphone. Every feature would be properly labeled, of course, and marked in Braille, and there would also be a thermal printer installed, because the system would offer three ways of navigation. Firstly, a path displayed on the main screen. Secondly, a simplified version of the map printed by the previously mentioned thermal printer. And lastly, a dedicated app with a map of the hospital that would be accessible after scanning a QR code.
When it comes to board appearance, we suggest three options. First, it depends on building specification and also target group. First option has big screen. It's a touch screen where you can select target and also see the map. Another one has two screens, one which is not a touch screen, and it only visualizes the map and the road, and the smaller one to select a target. And the last option has two screens, but none of them is touchable. It's to select a target, you should use the buttons. Yeah, and there are some illustrative drawings. We want to emphasize that the output from the printer should be as simple as it can be, as small and as simple for patient to not be lost even with a map.
Yes, so for younger or more modern persons, we have a special QR code. When we scan this, the reaction will be for a special app. The map will be very similar from the information kiosk. In this app, we can choose the hospital and department that interest us. From the outside infrastructure in hospital, we have a map. We would like to introduce map with a GPS, and this is an example of Hospital John Paul II. And the story of our board, it's not ends in hospitals. We can also introduce this board in other medical units, offices, public institutions, and airports, because sometimes it's so huge. So thank you for your attention. I hope so you like our project and maybe one day help other persons.
Yeah, I like the project because as an IP lawyer from the very beginning, I know that innovation is something, for example, when we measure the innovation and we talk that it's non-obvious, that something, a long desired need will be solved, yes? And maybe you can take a solution from one area and give it to another. And probably you know museums and every center of science. We always have this map there. Go there, there is something. But in hospitals, yeah, even probably people who work there could have problems. Have problems where to go when we have a very big building. So why don't use something which is in museums in hospitals? I love your project. Thank you very much. And coffee break right now. And please, we will meet here on 4 p.m. Okay? Thank you.
Już idę zobaczyć. No mam
Myślałeś już o obiedzie. Powiedz, co masz w lodówce, a ja coś zaproponuję.
Już idę zobaczyć.
Come after the coffee break. We have a little bit change of our agenda because of some technical issues. Now I will ask Małgorzata Kolarska, yes, and Krzysztof Piskoś to present something with sounds and something more, something to dance. Yes? No? No?
Radio.
Oh, radio.
We'll
Okay.
show some details.
Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, so hello, my name is Chris, and I'm with my sister, Gosia, and I would like to show you, I don't know why we don't have a screen. Yeah, but we need to show it here. Some technical issues. Oh, great. Thank you. So this is Maria, our grandmother. She is 80 years old, and I would like to talk about her routines. You need to know that at the very morning, she wakes up at 7 a.m., and every day she is doing the same. She prepares breakfast. After that, she turns on her radio, and she's listening some podcasts. For breakfast, all time she's cooking the same thing. So why? Because her eyes are very weak, she's older, she has some problems with reading and so on. So she tried to keep in mind everything, what she remember, and she do that every time the same way. The things that are connected here are this way, that she's alone. She lives 80 kilometers away from Kraków, and she has a problem with any connection with people. And you can think, how many older people have this kind of problems? You need to know that 30% of seniors in Poland live alone. Additionally, they have very low motivation for learning and personal development. They don't know how to do that. They try to use the same patterns that they used in the past. However, it doesn't work. And the last thing, they have difficulties in taking medicines regularly. They forget about it. They don't know what exactly they need to take, and so on. So we can say, what is the impact of this situation? So loneliness and lack of mental activity can shorten life expectancy by up to 15%. And here is our solution. We call it Złoty It's a golden receiver, a smart radio in the form of an app that improves well-being and stimulates learning. How does it work then? To answer this question, I would like to show you some videos to explain how exactly it works.
Janku, to czas na twoje leki. Czy chcesz, żebym przypominała ci o nich codziennie o tej samej porze?
Oh, thank you.
Tak, przypominaj mi codziennie i odnotuj, że właśnie zażyłem dziś.
Dobrze, odnotowałam, że lek został przyjęty.
Z Haną nigdy nie zapomnisz o swoich lekach. Zadbamy o twoje zdrowie.
So here in this video, we showed you that our Złoty Odbiornik reminds about medicine. So when we have some routines, we can show to our application that, okay, every time at 7 p.m., for example, I need to take this and these medicines, and then our Złoty Odbiornik will keep in mind that and will remind about it. So another situation is about how we can improve cooking.
Myślałeś już o obiedzie. Powiedz, co masz w lodówce, a ja coś zaproponuję.
Już idę zobaczyć. No mam kawałek karczku, 2 marchewki, pietruszkę, buraki. No tyle chyba. Śmietanę, masło.
Co powiesz na pieczoną wieprzowinę z warzywami?
Nie mogę pieczonego. Wolałbym jakąś inną potrawę.
W porządku. Co powiesz na duszoną wieprzowinę z warzywami?
No wspaniale.
Z Haną gotowanie staje się proste i przyjemne. Zawsze znajdziesz coś pysznego na obiad.
Okay, and the next situation is how we can spend time and improve our personal development.
Masz czas na małą grę? Co powiesz na szachy lub quiz?
Tak, mam teraz czas. Mam rozłożone szachy, możemy zagrać w szachy.
Świetnie. Jaki kolor wybierasz, biały czy czarny?
Już wybrałem czarny.
Ja zaczynam. Konik na F3.
Z Haną nigdy nie będziesz się nudzić. Zagraj w ulubione gry i rozwijaj swoje umiejętności.
Okay, and the last situation is how we can stimulate the brain.
Masz czas na małą grę? Co powiesz na quiz historyczny?
Bardzo dobrze.
Pierwsze pytanie. W którym roku Polska odzyskała niepodległość?
W 1918.
Świetnie, to poprawna odpowiedź. Kolejne pytanie. Kto był królem Polski w 1410 roku podczas bitwy pod Grunwaldem?
Kazimierz Wielki?
Niestety, to nie jest poprawna odpowiedź. Władysław Jagiełło był królem Polski w 1410 roku. Czy wiesz, że ta bitwa była jedną z największych bitew średniowiecznej Europy? Chcesz kontynuować quiz? Czy może znaleźć jakiś artykuł na ten temat, który mógłbym ci przeczytać?
Tak, poszukaj artykułu.
Świetnie, już szukam odpowiedniego artykułu.
Z Haną możesz codziennie poszerzać swoją wiedzę. Quizy pełne ciekawostek historycznych i interesujące artykuły to tylko jedna z wielu możliwości.
Okay, so in short, what we are doing, we create a mobile application that improves the quality of the life through personalized broadcast and music. Additionally, interactive games and quizzes, medicines, reminders, and the last thing, daily mental stimulation and learning new things. What about entry level? Is it easy to install it and so on? So the first step, of course, is installation. And here you might think that, okay, old people, they might have a problem in installation, it might be very hard. However, keep in mind that the people who support them in any new application is not like older people are doing that by themselves. Their children, there is a many situations that they help them install any new app. So from this perspective, we believe that our, let's say, installers of this application will be not old people, however, their children who like to keep their health in a good level. Additionally, when we have this app, then we conduct voice interviews with the user. We ask many questions like, what kind of medicines do you take? How often you like to get any quiz? Do you like quizzes? You like to get any podcast at the morning or at the evening? Do you like anything interesting things and so on? We ask plenty of questions to customize it fully. And the last step, when we have all of these elements, then we can create this interactive radio with all customizations to keep in the center our user. Okay, what about technical aspects, Gosia?
Yeah, I'm a developer of it, so I will talk about this. First thing, we have configuration. So the users fill up the questionnaire with AI chatbot, and then data is stored in database. Second thing is profile customization. So machine learning is analyzing the data and creates custom profile. Third thing is integration with API. For basic version, we are using ChatGPT API, Spotify API for music, and iOS and Android for phone system. Fourth thing is communication. So our app is called by voice, thanks for speech recognition technology. And fifth thing is reporting and analysis.
Thank you. So you can ask why radio? Why you like to focus on this kind of device? Generally speaking, we check research. We did a bit about research, and we check what kind of devices old people are using. And we are aiming for listening the radio and watching TVs. This is the main, let's say, devices that older people are using. And we decided to focus on radio because this somehow natural, let's say, interface for older people. It's more natural than any, let's say, mobile phones when you need to click something and so on. So every devices that are connected with voice, they are quite crucial here.
Okay, but why is this different than the other voice assistant like Siri, Google?
Okay, to show it, the easiest answer is to just show you how currently, for example, Google Assistant works. And if you can, for example, ask a question, find for me the nearest hospital.
Okay, let me use the Google Assistant. Okay. Could you find me the nearest hospital from here? Not sure if it speaks English.
Najlepsza trasa samochodem do punktu 5 Wojskowy Szpital Kliniczny z Polikliniką SP-ZOZ to Krowoderska.
Could you phone there, please?
Here it is. SPZOZMSWIH.
So generally speaking, there is a problem with any connection with supporting this kind of actions. You need to click plenty of things there to get any, let's say, interactive elements. So we would like to avoid that. We would like to focus on just voice interface. About competition, we don't have time. However, we connect all of these functionalities related from different kind of applications. We would like to keep everything in our application. About cost project, we would like to spend most of money on technological development. About team, I'm a product designer. My sister is an accessibility specialist and front-end developer. And in our team is also our mother, who is our neuropsychologist who works with older people. And that's all. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. We have to, probably we agree that people will live longer and longer, and we have to give them some companies, and yeah, so that's all. Yeah, I love your project. Yeah, thank you very much. And now we come back to the proper agenda because of the changes. I ask Michał Ramburski from VR Miral, yes? To present some technologies connection with cognitive wellness. Yes, that's right. Yeah, there's a microphone for you.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Michał Raburski. I'm from VR Mirai, and I'm not connected to food, but I'm connected to wellness. In terms of movement and cognitive skills. I want to tell today about the aging problem that was touched today many times. As you know, until 2050, there will be over 2 billion people that will be aged 60 and older. So they have a lot of problems, of course. Most of them is connected to health. And with our solution, we actually touch base on physical challenges and cognitive challenges at the same time. With physical challenges, we have the normal problems like reduced mobility. They get confused. They have weakened coordination. Also, they have a problem with falling, with their stability, so this makes the things harder and harder for them in terms of normal life. With cognitive challenges, we have the memory issues, we have the things that disable them also to use the normal space and living independently. Our solution is the VR-based coordination motor skills testing and training system that allows people in general to train motor and cognitive skills like reaction time, focus, coordination, precision and timing, as mentioned here. It was first built for sports people, but we found out that the problem of motor skills and cognitivity is the problem of old people as same as for sportsmen, where you want to achieve the highest goals in sport. Here you can actually go into the normal level for these people to keep them healthy as long as possible. What is unique with that application? It's not a game. It has 11 tests and 7 exercises, but it's fully science-based. We did a lot of research. We had a science team when developing this application, and also we actually focused on those motor and cognitive skills. We proved with the science research that that it's working in terms of testing. So we have this 11 tests, and they accurately test the motor skills. And also we proved that our trainings are working. For instance, this is our biggest achievement yet. Maciej Evdokin is Polish boxing champion. And here is my photo. So it's not a Photoshop. He actually won this. Here is a gold medal, so he did it. And he was training on our solution for around 2 months. And his achievements in this, his improvement was huge. For instance, he shortened nearly twice his reaction time. And for comparison, the Formula One driver, Max Verstappen, has like 200 milliseconds of reaction time. So he was very, very close to the best in the world after 2 months of training. Also, it changed his technique, how he was fighting, his speed and dynamic increased, and also he started to decide on each punch separately, which is not typical for boxers, and his mind started to work much, much faster than average person, actually. So from those effects, we figure out that going for older people and seniors to help them, to keep them in wellness is a good idea. Our system is working with sportsmen right now, but we are going for to help the seniors, and we see also the solution to be used in rehabilitation, therapy for children with disabilities, which actually we are doing right now. We have 2 therapy offices that are testing this on the children with ADHD, autism, Asperger, and I was there physically. Like, this is also not a deep fake, so this is one of those kids, and they were very happy that they have some kind of training that is not boring, but on the same time they are working on their brain, because whole system and whole solution, and that's why we are combining motor skills and cognitive skills, is that both of those things are connected to the brain and nervous system. And that's the idea behind this connection and the product. It's also very convenient for telemedicine because VR is very, very convenient to use. It's really small box that you can take everywhere, use it every time. And because we are saving all the data that we can acquire from the solution, from the system, so we know when somebody is training, what did he do and what was his score. We keep the whole library of this information in the database. That allows also doctors to test and see how it will work and if his patients are actually doing something, for instance, at home. So he can take someone to the office, give him the order or request to train some things, and normally people just say, yes, yes, I was training this, but they don't do it. And in this case, it's provable that they did it or not. For functions that we want to go, there are 3 milestones that our company wants to go right now. First is full body tracking, because we want to increase the number of exercises. Right now we have only upper body in control. We want AI therapy planning, because if we'll gather enough data, right now it's easier to actually cross-reference everything we have and then choose the best, most optimal trainings for people. In any case, I mean, for older people, for children with disabilities, for sportsmen. And also at the end, we would like to have something I would call metaverse clinic. So I think that at its peak, the solution could be an app that you are going into VR, and actually you have these places where you can go, and it will drive you from top to the bottom. I mean, if you are a sportsman, age 30, you have the trainings of your motor skills, and then when you get older and older, you actually can keep your scores and every information about you during your lifetime. And then you can get professional help to get your cognitive skills and to be well in terms of your mind for a longer period of time. The last questions I have is, who am I looking for? Actually, I'm looking for 3 kinds of people. First, I'm looking for investors, because right now we have MVP that is working. I have the results already. But there is so much to do with that solution that I need right now strategic partners that will help me to grow faster than I'm doing this myself right now with my team. And the second thing is I'm looking for distributors and sales partners because we want to sell this solution and we want to speed up with the sales. So I believe there will be people that know how to sell, know how to market things, probably from abroad. So it will allow us to grow our network of clients faster than just locally in Poland. And also we are looking for innovators. So we are looking for companies or other places that people that are looking for possibility of using this as a first people to do that. They should be experts in their field because they would have an opportunity to actually influence the product in its final form. And also they need to be aware that it's beta stage, so there will be some bugs. And also they need some time to actually connect with us and work on it. Thank you very much. That's it. So 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I understood, it's a long time invention, solution for the whole life. You can use it from the very beginning to the end, actually.
I would say the motor skills are something so common for every of us. Like everyone needs that. On different stages of life, we need it in other form, actually. And that's why it's so universal as a solution, because it's based on many, many subjects.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right now, I ask Lesław Jan Śliż from 40 Fruits, coming back to food. Mr. Lesław Jan Śliż will present berry technologies to improve color and taste. Thank you. And the floor is yours. It would be great to hear what you want to present.
Hello, let me introduce our company and our project. We deal with raw material to produce, let's say, much better food. And our project that would be started was purpose to find the answer for much better taste and much better color for natural food. The problem was discovered, what also described by my previous speakers today, that I will just go straight forward to our project. Okay, to prepare the project, we first of all focus to identify the problems the sector already had in general. Coming to the issue, we identified that the natural food, that's what customer already purchased in a grocery shop, is because well-known taste. As you may know, people very often keep in mind that the well-known taste is that's what they really believe. Also, customer would like to pay additional price for the food is without numbers, without synthetic additives. The food should have much stronger color if the customer is willing to purchase it. Also, food should be without chemicals, without synthetic additives. Also, the price of food should have accepted prices. And what's our solution and what the project is about? First of all, we organize consortium with the University of Rzeszów and University of Belfast, and we submitted application for the EIT food, and we got a grant run the project. Our idea was to propose and to find much stronger color and taste from polyphenols, but using ozone as a specific gas treatment for the fresh fruits. When we started the project, we found that it's not so easy, and you might have heard that ozone doesn't work with fruits. That's true. But when we discovered that we have to prepare preventive system using artificial intelligence, that was completely different idea to find a stable, constant concentration ozone treatment for the fruits, that we discovered that the increase of polyphenol was significant. Okay. And that's what we got, is 50% stronger taste profile than the standard fruit extract. Natural polyphenol concentration without E-numbers. Natural product without sugar. Also, the extract enables cleaner declaration labeling, no chemicals. And food with well-known taste with high biological value. And what we see that the enhanced fruit extract can be used for so many different segment market, but we focus mostly on 3 of them. That's the dairy yogurt products, fruit yogurt products, chocolate and confectionery products, chewing gum and fruit jelly. Fruit jelly is, as you may see in so many groceries all around, very common, and they already have only synthetic additives, especially I have problem using the keyboard.
Can't touch this one more time. This is
okay.
Your.
Yeah.
This is end, and you can return
Sure.
by this, and you can touch this and this button.
And that's what we discovered, that especially the market segment for fruit jelly and chewing gum is right now is very interested to shift for the new products, meaning that they are willing to implement natural ingredients in exchange for synthetic additives. What's the potential for new R&D project? What we would like to do with potential partners? First of all, we would like to provide our fruit extract to improve taste of some other food products. Also, to provide our enhanced fruit extract to improve color of food. Also, we are open to provide some fruit extract for medical products, that's what we've heard today. And also, we are interested to provide new enhanced fruit extract, because right now we focus only on blueberries and raspberries. Finally, I will also say some words about our team. As Maciej Balawajder is a professor of food chemistry. Dariusz Nowak is our artificial intelligence programmer, software engineer. Natalia Matwoch is a PhD food technology engineer. Michał Bacz is a mechatronic engineer. And myself, I am team builder of the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting one. And now I will ask Izabela Śmiałowska from Regionalny Ośrodek Polityki Społecznej w Krakowie. And I'm very interested what you are going to present when we talk about our
Hello
lifestyle.
to everyone. Okay, so my name is Izabela and I represent a regional center for social policy based in Krakow, the institution when we search, promote and inspire a new solution for social assistance. I cannot see my presentation. I don't know if there is a problem. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, here it is. So as I said, we inspire and promote new solutions for social assistance. We do it to improve daily life of people living in Małopolska region. And in this process, we are highly focused on social innovations. This is our target, I may say. So that's why I'm here today, and that's why I would like to share with you some details about a project being implemented in our organization that gives you opportunity to create and test social innovations. We can proudly say that our experience in work with innovation is quite rich. As you can see, for last 8 years, we've been running social innovations incubators where we searched for and implemented new solutions on field of inclusion. But what exactly innovations mean to us? In the initial thought, obviously new solutions, but also more effective methods and devices solving many social issues. But we also see innovations in improved forms of support that already exist and can be profiled for other groups of recipients. Basically, the goal of social innovations is to improve life of many communities by making services easier to access for them, to make everyone feel supported. But this whole process of incubation, obviously we don't do it alone. Every innovation has its own author, but who are they? Who are innovators? Definitely they are people who think outside of the box. They are ordinary yet extraordinary people who come up with brilliant and great solutions to make world work better. They are usually local community members, volunteers, NGOs workers, professionals, sometimes teachers, sometimes engineers. And they have one in common, the purpose to make a positive difference. And here I would like to show you some innovations that we helped bring to life in our incubators. And first we have Mercury, which is a self-service kiosk simulator. which was made for the elderly to make it easier for them to use public space devices. So this is the platform that gives us opportunity to test out, check out, clicking out functionals of self-service kiosks like cash machines, ATMs, or parcel lockers in safe home environment on computer. This product supports seniors in using these devices independently with no stress in public, and plus this solution improving their digital capabilities. It is ready to be used as a web application, and you can check it out with no fees. Another innovation is 3D jigsaw puzzle. This is an educational toy made for blind children and children with visual disabilities. And it is made to be used by their parents or teachers at home or at school. This solution supports tactile perception of children and spatial imagination. It also expands knowledge about the world around us and help learning Braille language. It also breaks words into letters, because every part of this jigsaw puzzle is marked by one letter in Braille. So we can see that puzzle address the lack of attractive and versatile educational toys for blind children. It is also very easy to multiplicate, because we can self-print it on a 3D printer. So I hope you found these two innovations attractive. Maybe they will inspire you to search some others, because this year we launched another incubator called Social Inclusion Incubator 2.0, where we are searching for ideas of new products, work methods, devices, IT solutions, services, and basically more effective solutions to support people who need help in their daily life. We would like to see all the solutions on the social inclusion field to answer problems of different types of disabilities, homelessness, health, including mental health, poverty, and, for example, integration of foreigners. So in Social Inclusion Incubator 2.0, you can become an innovator, no matter if you are a specialist or an expert in the particular field of knowledge. All you need is an idea and a bit of sensitivity to the world around us. We are searching for representatives of companies, institutions, NGOs, maybe students, or just enthusiasts of various fields. In this project, we searched for 32 new inclusive solutions, which we can finance up to 120 zlotys. This sum is for realization and test. We provide nationwide action, so no matter if you live in Kraków or Gdańsk, you can apply. As I said, we finance also innovation test, which is very valuable because you can check out on a microgroup of recipients if your solution works or not, if it's okay, or maybe requires another test. And what is important, we started getting application on November 13th, and we'll continue it for a month up to December 13th. So still there is a time. So if you feel that the topic of social innovation is close to you, and maybe you would like to share your competences and knowledge by creating some solutions to people in crisis or in need, please do not hesitate to contact us. You can really do a lot of good. For more information about possibility of getting a grant, please call us or send an email. Yep, that's all, I think. Thank you for your attention and time.
Thank you very much. I understood that every solution for social aspect is welcome.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Now I ask Błażej Wolańczyk from Fundacja Zobaczyć Może to show us the different type of lifestyle challenges we have and the solutions which we can present on this topic. Okay, some tools. Yeah, of course, no problem.
Can I speak? Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Błażej Wolańczyk. Before I start talking about Blue CI device that I have here, I would like to quickly introduce myself and the project that inspired its creation. So firstly, if you could switch slides for the next one. Oh. Oh, yeah, sorry. So, who I am? I am a creator of a Blue CI device that you can see before you. I'm a graduate of Wrocław University of Science and Technology and participant of CDC, the project Cruises since 2015. Also a skipper since 2017. Please, next slide. The whole thing was initially inspired by the CDC project, which is sailing since 2006. The first cruise of CDC project took place in 2006, in which half of the crew of the Zawisza Czarny sailing ship were completely blind sailors. From the beginning, organizers were convinced that a very important part of this project was to enable blind and visually impaired participants to independently steer the ship. The device was prepared that would read aloud the course from GPS receiver as well as further angle position from the respective sensor. This setup allowed organized groups of sailors to conduct almost 50 sea cruises and enabled approximately 800 blind and visually impaired crew members to experience a sea adventure. It was thanks to the possibility of independent steering of the sailing ship that the blind became members of the crew, not the passengers requiring care. Please, the next slide. So the history of the device. The first prototype was created in 2021 as an attempt to improve on just reading aloud GPS course and overground reading. It was tested on Gdynia sailing ship during the 2021 cruise. This version was depending on yacht installed marine GPS unit and radar sensor. During the cruise, we realized that depending on yacht instruments is not always a viable option because of unusual configuration of some ship sensors networks and issues with safe access to them. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So the current version that we have here, second prototype. The creator of CDC, Roman Roczeń, came to the conclusion that it is worth developing a device that can be installed on any yacht with cost low enough to be purchased by any blind person who wants to actively sail in a group of their choice on any sea. Using help of accessibility incubator run by ROPS. That must the presentation that was before, actually. Thank you very much for this. We have adapted and preliminarily tested the device that you can see here. The tests carried out shown us the need to make small changes to components used, as well as some parameter tweaking, but general concept proved to be promising. Next slide, please. So functionality of the device. LSEI is a device that allows blind people to independently steer almost any sailing vessel. It uses gyro compass, accelerometer, and GPS receiver to provide current course over ground with next to zero delay and high stability. The device interface is accessible through self-generated Wi-Fi network or ship Wi-Fi network if available. By connecting to its IP address in the browser, we get access to web application providing sensor readings as well as configurable way to read them to user by voice synthesis or screen reader assisted with helper sounds for more immediate information about the possible course deviation. Design. Device achieves its fast and stable course readings by using internal measurement unit along with a GPS receiver. Readings of IMU and accelerometer are stabilized by RHRS magnetic filter. Okay, I won't get into the details too technical, but the device supports partially configuring filter parameters to match sailing conditions. We also try to find sweet spot between stability of readings and quick course change response that would match most use cases. Next slide, please. So, feature development and challenges that we face now. Currently, we have 3 fields that device can be improved upon. First field is hardware and casing. Currently, we have working prototype build based on hobbyist-grade prototype boards, generic waterproof casing with manual soldering, wiring, and assembly. It is fairly solid and fully waterproof, but at the same time big and susceptible to transport damage. As we found out, couriers can apply higher acceleration than any sea conditions during testing ever could. The target solution would require creating single PCB board, which would host all components. Power circuit would also need to be improved for better battery life. Finally, custom casing would have to be made to hold the battery in place even during highest acceleration. We would also use some proper mounting for it to be easily used on a boat. To prepare a device for commercial use, it might also have to go through certification. Second field to improve is client software. For a fairly flexible and platform-agnostic web application without secure context, it has its limits. Currently, we have problems with, for example, battery saving that kills our readings and other similar issues. Those problems are system device specific and some of them could be mitigated by adjusting the web application a little, but there are better solutions to this. To fix the issue, we plan to write dedicated applications for most popular mobile operating systems such as iOS or Android. Native applications have direct access to functions not available for web applications, which include power saving mode management, Wi-Fi connection, and direct text-to-speech. We also plan to add presets instead of manual parameter configuration, which would further improve user experience. Third field to improve is further adjusting filter configuration or algorithm based on more testing and in-depth log data analysis. Already performed testing was short and limited to a small amount of vessels. More systematic approach would require writing dedicated software for log analysis, which would address comparison of historic tracks from GPS to filter readings, error calculation based on conditions, and data visualization. It would allow us to further improve the parameters that the device is running on and probably further improve the quality of read course. So, advantages and opportunities with this project. Device is the only known piece of hardware that prioritizes accessibility of stable course over ground. Immediate reading is far more accurate than GPS that is usually provided for yachts. Device's hardware is also simple and uses fairly cheap components, so it would be easy to reproduce and would probably be cheaper than any marine devices that are currently available on the market, especially those that can provide similar quality of readings. Next, the device functionality could be further extended by connecting to ship networks and using it as an EMEA 2000 logger, Wi-Fi gateway to ship sensors, and other similar things. The qualities are endless, but we focused here on accessibility of course instead of those. It could be also used in other purposes with low effort. Additionally, current status of the project is that we have 2 devices. One of those is installed permanently on Zawisza Czarny, and it serves the now and future versions of CDC project, and it works. It's just working. For them, we have no complaints for it for now. Another prototype you can see before you. This is the device. It currently is doing some cruises with private people, blind and visually impaired, that just take it to their own cruises and test it. It came back from a cruise like a month ago. We can see that it's used. It is fully functional. It has some minor issues that we know how to resolve. Yeah. So what we are looking for? We are looking for either financing or business partner, and especially know-how for how to produce electronic devices. To be honest, I am personally a programmer, a web developer, full stack, and I have no idea how to professionally produce electronic devices. This is my hobby project, actually. So it would be great if we could find someone or some company that would either assist us or partner with us in this matter. Yeah, and I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for...
Actually, sorry, do I have time? I don't have time.
Once more?
I could, actually, I can also show how the device works. If I have time. Do I have time?
Actually, we don't have time. Maybe we can, after all presentation, we can show how.
Okay. So
yeah.
No problem.
Okay, will be great because.
Sure. Thank you.
We are out of time, and now I will ask Magdalena Kostrzoń and Krzysztof Grzesik from Wieliczka Salt My Have Resort. Okay, only you. Yeah, I will give you. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce the topic about our expectation and needs in field of telemedicine tools in pulmonary rehabilitation. My name is Magdalena Kostrzoń. I represent the Wieliczka Salt Mine Health Resort, and I will also introduce expectations from the point of view of Małopolski Hospital for Lung Diseases and Rehabilitation. Today we are here to discuss the pressing challenge in pulmonary rehabilitation, how to provide continuous personalized therapy and care to people outside the health center or hospital walls. And our goal is to just form the expectation and needs in field of pulmonary rehabilitation. Maybe you know that chronic respiratory diseases are the third leading cause of death, with 4 million deaths globally. And the prevalence is 454 million cases worldwide. Pulmonary rehabilitation is known as an effective method of treatment for people with chronic respiratory diseases. So I listed some effects of pulmonary rehabilitation. You can see that it improves patients' quality of life. It can reduce dyspnea or fatigue, and of course also reduces the cost of healthcare. Yet still some people face barriers which can be connected with, for example, some geographic problems, lack of access to the places when the pulmonary rehabilitation can be conducted. And also, there is a problem to maintain the effects of pulmonary rehabilitation after the program is completed. So have a short look to the definition of pulmonary rehabilitation. I will just not read the whole definition, but I want to stress that it's a comprehensive intervention which is based on thorough assessment of patient. And the aim of this intervention is to improve patients' physical and psychological condition and to change long-term change the behavior of patients. So there are 2 points in this in this definition. We need assessment, and we need long-term adherence of patients to the recommendations. There are a lot of patients in the hospital. There's more than 800 patients yearly in the pulmonary rehabilitation ward. In the Wieliczka Rehabilitation Treatment Center, there is more than 3,000 yearly. So we have a lot of people who need help. And we need the assessment, as I said before, the pulmonary rehabilitation program, because we have to personalize the program according to the needs of patients. Then during the program, we need to assess and monitor the progress of each patient. And after the program, we should supply some program or additional methods to maintain the results of treatment. There are a lot of equipment we can use during the pulmonary rehabilitation, but still we need some measurement which consists on functional tests, on respiratory measurements, and some vital parameters like, for example, BMI or saturation or blood pressure. So there are a lot of possibilities, but still when we have the huge group of patients, it should be not complicated to do these measurements. What is the challenge? Actually, we concentrated on limited access to pulmonary rehabilitation in remote locations, especially in rural areas. So when somebody has the problem to get to our center. And the second thing is the lack of methods to maintain the results after the pulmonary rehabilitation program. There is lack of tools we can use at everyday work. Actually, there are some promising results when we study the researches. I mention only a few meta-analyses when we see the effective method of tools used in telemedicine, like, for example, gathering data from sensors used by each patient, some applications involving the patients in physical activities. They improve their physical tolerance, and integration of wearable sensors can be used in real-time monitoring, which is very important for us. There are some solutions available also in Poland, so we are really interested in it. So our vision, our solution, we expect, consists on as a platform available for the patients, as for example an application, which could allow some exercise plans, some feedback according to the activities or monitored parameters. And gamification could be used to motivate the person. But also very important is the web application, which could allow personalize the pulmonary rehabilitation program according to measured parameters, and also this real-time adherence to the recommendation, which is also very important. Of course, we can then use and apply also AI to just adjust the program. So the goals are I just gather the information. It's a longer maintenance of the results of pulmonary rehabilitation and improvement for the patients who are in remote places, so don't have problems to get to the pulmonary rehabilitation centers. What we expect is the opportunity to find a partner who share our vision and who could cooperate with us to design or do the pilot study in our patients. We have diversity in this group of patients, inpatient care and outpatient care, so there is a great opportunity to test some solutions. Why partner with us? Actually, we are experienced in gathering some funds or just organizing some research programs, and we have this diverse population of patients, and we are looking for innovations. We are ready for it. So actually, we are the group who you can cooperate with. So there are the contacts to the Wieliczka Salt Mine and to Edmund Wojtyła Małopolski Hospital for Lung Diseases and Rehabilitation. So stay in touch with us.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This possibility to cooperate, as I understood, in different part of area to care about our health. Right now, I will ask the next presenters of next presentation, Michał Krupiński and Piotr Dziadowicz. Yes, the floor is yours. You wait a long. No, you are not. You are not the last ones.
Can we have 2 microphones? Okay, great. So hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon. We are Piotr Dziadowicz and Michał Krupiński. We are designers from Edisonda Studio based here in Kraków. And we would like to briefly show you our winning project from Active Healthy Aging Hackathon that took place in this year. And during this hackathon, we were focusing on the problem of polypharmacy, which is a phenomenon in which patients take multiple drugs, often multiple drugs during the day or during the week. And it's a dangerous phenomenon because a lot of elderly people can mix up the doses or don't know which drugs to take in which order. And the target group of this problem is rather large. It's 43% of the people over 65 years in Poland. So it's quite, like we could say that every second senior in Poland is affected by this phenomenon. And we were trying to find a solution for that. And our solution is called Lekko, which is a platform for drugs. It's a platform connected with drugs. And this platform connects all the knowledge about drugs, what prescriptions were made by doctors, and also how these different drugs interact with each other. How we solve this problem, how we approach it. In our design process, we tried to map the whole path from the beginning when the doctor is prescribing the medication to the patient who is taking those drugs, and also we included in this process the caregiver, which is a person who very often supports this elderly woman and a man in medication process. And to do it, we were trying to map the problems of each individual person. We made some research. We tried to reach the doctors. In our company, Edisonda, we made some projects with doctors, with hospitals, so we knew a little bit about drugs and how the software is used to prescribe those medications. And from those research, we know that prescribing medications is rather hard, difficult process due to rather complicated interfaces. And complicated interfaces means that doctors need to focus on interface rather than a patient. And interfaces in hospitals or some places which doctors working are looking almost like this. This is a real screenshot. This is also a real screenshot from the software that is already being used in hospital to prescribe medications. We see that on this interface there is no help whatsoever to help the doctor and to find out that there are some indications that drugs interact with other prescribed drugs. So those interfaces, in the best case scenario, remember the times of Windows XP. So like we are already using better interfaces than Windows XP and related ones. So our solution for this problem on the side of the doctors is a medication model, white label one, which will be providing exceptional user experience in this small area of drug prescribing, showing the users how to, what are interactions to watch, that in this example are 5 of them, and what drugs that a patient already is taking are influencing the patient itself. So we are focusing on great design to mitigate the problem on the very beginning, so the patients don't be given the wrong drugs. And I'm handing over to Michał.
Yeah, thank you so much, Piotrek, and let me switch focus to the patient, because as Piotrek said at the beginning, we are looking at the whole process. So the 3 main personas are the doctor, which you just described. The second one is the patient, so the person's actually taking those medicines, taking those drugs. And in our case, that's Zofia. And to summarize what she has issues with, it's just that she has over 10 medications to take every day. It's very difficult to keep track of that. It's very difficult to remember which one you took, which one you didn't. We spoke with some seniors about those issues, and those are real problems they are experiencing at the moment. And we were looking for some solutions to that problem. And the first one that came to our mind, which is maybe a part of our solution, is a smart pill box. So a pill box is the box that you put your pills in, but this one is more advanced. It's a pill box made by, you know, a company that already exists, because we thought, okay, there's already so much of those pill boxes on the market. We don't need to create a new one. We can collaborate with someone. And this is a pill box that reminds you about taking your medicine at the right moment, and also helps you fill the pill box itself. The second idea that we have is giving people that work at pharmacies a little bit more, you know, maybe not a little bit more of a job to do, but a little bit more of a responsibility. Because we also spoke with some of them, and they are often saying that, okay, sometimes I see the doctor prescribing a lot of medicine to one patient, and I, through my studies, know that it's maybe not the best, but I cannot do anything about it. And they are looking for ways to become more involved in the process of medicating people. So the idea here is that you come with your pill box as an elderly person to the pharmacy, and they fill the pill box for you. So you are not buying individual, you know, boxes of medicine. Instead, you are buying a sort of a subscription to it, or you are just buying the medicine that you actually need. So you come once a week, they fill it for you, and you have it ready. You don't need to think about it. You don't need to worry about it. So 2 chances here, that you don't have to buy an entire new box of medication when you only need few. You don't have to worry about correctly filling your pill box. And the last persona that we have, sort of the last person that's involved in this process, is the caregiver. So in our situation, it's a son of our previous persona, the patient. And to summarize, he's just worried about his mom. Is she taking the drugs that she is prescribed to? He knows that she, you know, sometimes forgets, that she's not super, don't trust a lot the doctors, and she might, you know, not take the drugs, even that she's instructed to do. So the idea here is connection with the smart pill box, and it's a mobile app for the caregiver where you can see if the pill box was opened. So here, as you see on this very quick mock-up, you see that, okay, at 8 a.m., my mother should take those drugs that are listed there, that are in the pill box. And now I see that she opened the pill box at 8:14, so that I know that she remembered about those drugs. Yeah, those are just some close-ups. So the idea here is that, first of all, this app, you don't have to fill it yourself. So as a caregiver, you are not, you know, putting every drug when this person should take it. It takes your prescriptions, your digital prescriptions that your mother already has, and it just translates it to the language of the pill box. So it's already sort of ready for you. It's easy to understand for everyone involved. you can sort of monitor the well-being of the patient that you are looking after, if this person is taking medication or not. And to summarize what we discussed, what we see as sort of the advantages of our idea, the sort of three-persona approach, is that the doctors might pressure the clinics to implement our module because it's so easy to use compared to the ones that they are using at the moment. That pharmacies will be interested in this sort of subscription for a filled pillbox model to increase sort of loyalty to a specific brand or to a specific pharmacy. And also maybe as an advantage in the future, some personalized reminders about taking medications for patients. Of course, there are risks, like with every project. Medical software providers might not want to collaborate with us because they already have, similar modules. Pharmacies might be unwilling to take additional responsibilities, although after initial sort of interviews that we did, it's not true. They actually would like more responsibility and potentially high cost of the pillbox itself. But it's not a necessary feature. So how can you get involved? We are looking for healthcare providers, pharmacies, or investors and tech partners to sort of contribute to our early stages of development. If you want to talk with us, we'll be here for a bit more, and you can find us online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And when we talk about taking responsibility, as a lawyer, I will tell you that there are many regulation initiatives to take the pharmaceutical care and so on, but probably we have to talk with politics, probably to take these responsibilities because they create the law in Poland. And last but not least, I will ask Paweł Słowiakowski to present the last topic for today, and I'm very, very interested. What are you going to present?
Okay, I'm last, so I try to make it quick, but I will show you some videos for the last event. Okay, the problem is senior care. Everybody knows about the problems with senior care. Because we have too many seniors, we have not enough financing. But in the mass of senior, 2.4 million has memory problems in Poland. Neurodegenerative diseases, memory problems. So it's we are trying to help them with the remote wearable solutions. But the remote care is not for the seniors. They are simply not using this. They are forgetting. We have to find some other way to help those people. So that's our senior angel. This image is just to grab an attention because the app is not for handheld for seniors. And this app, there are exactly two smartphones. One smartphone acts as an AI camera and maybe voice assistant. And why smartphone? Because it's a mass solution and it's lots cheaper than buying separate cameras and computers. So we are using ordinary smartphones, and the distribution of app is much easier because it can be done via App Store or Google Play. And the second is a caregiver app. What does it do? It gives 24 hours monitoring and AI diagnosis for the diseases. So, for example, this is a medication control, very important thing because the data, World Health Organization, is 50% of seniors are not taking the pills for complex reasons, different, but they are not taking. We have done studies and we have proven that we can reduce it to 5%. This is something that personally saved my mother because she had a drawer full of pills and she was not taking this. Well, with this automation, she is healthy now. And the second, the threats detection. This is important because every senior falls. Once a year, every senior falls. we can prevent 40% of those treats. And down we see the message, the red message from up, the signal just fall down. And our last thing is remote measurement. We can measure lots of parameters like with physical sensor, but based only on camera. And we have predict over 200 symptoms and diagnose diseases by AI. That's benefits. For the home care, it's simple. You have to pay 6,000 zlotys for a caregiver, and it's the problem the families are facing. And for the nursing homes, this is the simple cost optimization. We are conducting studies in German nursing homes. They can save over 100,000 euro per year. And we have done analysis in Kraków, in MOPS. The city of Kraków can save 1 million zloty per month with the automatization. So our needs and partners. We need time, because in this year, in United States, the FDA approved remote diagnostics with smartphone from the Taiwan company. The things are moving fast, very fast. Now we have two groups of clients. We have German nursing homes that want to introduce this because they are just counting money. It is big savings for them. But they want us to register a company in Switzerland, and we have to transfer the IP to Swiss. And the second group of clients are telecoms, because they have easy way to deploy this on the mass scale for the physical clients. We have some funding from NCBR, we have some needs also, and we are looking for everyone that wants to be involved. So if you like this project, if you want to cooperate, just ask me or maybe meet at the evening. So thank you very much.
Very quick presentation. Thank you very much. I told you that your presentation was the last one, but in a minute we will have the presentation about Berry Plus program. But what I learned today from all of your presentation, I learned that my presentation was about a key, that the regulation is a key of food and lifestyle. But I was wrong, as I told you before. The human being is a key of the lifestyle and food and everything. The ideas, the innovations, the care, the knowledge. So the human being is the key to solve the problem of people on solving the problem of different others human beings. Thank you very much, and once more it was a great afternoon with you, and to hear what you really have, what kind of different projects we really have, what kind of different companies we have, not only in Poland but worldwide, to promote better life and better health and better lifestyle. Thank you very much, and please stay in touch. And Kazimierz, your microphone is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna, for leading this session. I promise Joanna to help her at the end of the session, because you are running.
Running, and I will come back.
Okay. She's running and will come back. You see. The last presentation is actually from abroad. Do we have a connection? Okay. So does it mean that Nineta, who was from Finland, she was not listening to us? Who knows the answer? She was connected? No? Hi, Nineta. We don't hear you. This will be actually a presentation from a little bit from different area. It's not about active healthy aging. Yeah, I think she's looking after that. Nineta, if you can hear me, you have to turn on mic. Nineta is leader of Berry Plus program, in which Małopolska is involved as a partner. Małopolska as a region is involved in a partner, and Nineta will present the Berry Plus program to convince us. We see the presentation now. To kind of convince us to raise an interest about being active participant in these activities, which are related to different value chains. Some of them is somehow related to better living, active aging, through regenerative cosmetics, for example. Nineta, can you hear us? No, we don't hear you. I'm sorry. Maybe, może who doesn't speak Polish? Może niepotrzebnie mówię po angielsku do wszystkich, poza Ninetą, of course. Czy ktoś miał jakieś pytania do poprzedzających sesji? Nie będziemy tutaj tak stać i czekać, aż się coś wydarzy po tamtej stronie. Żadnych pytań, wszystko jasne. Nie odchodźcie, bo mam sprawę do was. Chyba że musicie, tak? Bo myślę, że jeżeli nam się nie uda uzyskać połączenia Nineta, if we don't solve the problem, let's say in 5 minutes, I think we should give up and wait for another occasion. We will not hear the answer. Ja myślę, że jednak przerwiemy tą sesję, bo chyba nie ma sensu to tak czekać na to i trzymać Państwa tutaj. Proszę? Nie ma nic gorszego niż 2 minuty milczenia. Może ktoś chce zrobić prezentację w międzyczasie, jakąś ad hoc. Nieprzygotowane? To ja dodam parę słów na temat tej grupy, tego tematu Active Healthy Aging. I ponieważ Państwo wytrwale siedzicie tutaj, to podkreślę, dlaczego warto, bo to jest warto wiedzieć. Active Healthy Aging to jest jedna z dziedzin, tak dobrze mówię, jedna z dziedzin, która występuje wprost jako nazwana w Małopolskiej strategii inteligentnej specjalizacji, co oznacza, że działania, projekty innowacyjne związane z tą dziedziną dostają bezpośrednie wsparcie, czy mogą dostawać bezpośrednie, nie to, że dostają, tylko mogą dostawać bezpośrednie wsparcie w ramach małopolskich programów operacyjnych. W zasadzie chodzi o to, żeby zajmując się tą dziedziną, adresować tematy, czy budować innowacyjne projekty wokół wyzwań, wokół celów, które są w tej dziedzinie opisane, zapisane. Ja ich teraz z głowy nie przytoczę, więc odsyłam ale jak w jaki sposób? Hi Nineta, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay. So, Kazimir, I think I have been listening to all the presentations this afternoon, and I want to say that some of them are very interesting also for us. And if you allow, I would like to share with the Berry Plus partners immediately after this meeting, because they are very interesting and fascinating. Also, because I understand that this is matchmaking, I do not want to spend too much time on the program, etc., to say a few words, and then, if you allow, very fast to present two options, at least from the forest industry from our side, that can have different applications. Is this okay?
Yes, it is okay, but the forest, the public here is not from this area at this moment. I mean,
it doesn't matter, because it is the application that matters. Not
okay, that's what I wanted to point out. That the application of this for the healthy aging, for example, it's interesting stuff. Can be interesting stuff.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so please go on.
It is. Okay, please. This is the presentation I have sent you. So please, can you? Because I cannot, how can I turn the page? I don't know how to turn the page from far. This is not my presentation. Can I, because I cannot share screen even in this arrangement. Okay, please let us go on.
So, yeah, so
Next
we see
one,
the presentation.
Please.
Next one, okay.
Yes. Yes. Let's stop here for a moment. So this Berry Plus story is one of those S3 partnerships that they opened up this option, the European Commission, in 2017. This was submitted in 2020 and approved in 2020. And it is about circular bioeconomy, meaning to say how to use from natural resources ingredients for different applications and uses. One of them has to do with regenerative and anti-aging cosmetics. Another one, it has to do with dairy industry side streams. Another one has to do with excuse me, side streams from the forest for different applications. One of them, we have an example today, it has to do with cosmetics. Another one, it focuses on excuse me, on special extraction of ingredients, and it can go to different directions, and it is to be discussed. And we have also recently a lot of interest for functional foods and ingredients that are discussing functional foods. And we are trying to take these ingredients to improve the health or to have, as the very example, better taste, better feeling, better quality of the product. Our objective from our purpose for setting up this Berry Plus story was, on the one hand, to deal with these issues I have said, and on the other hand, to utilize these things for making really regional development things. So that is the reason we have these two objectives very different. One of them is developing value chains. Another one is about regional policy. And the final one is knowledge management and dissemination. Please go on, not to spend time of people here. No, please go on, please go on. Please, it is not worth to spend the time. This, I would like to stay for a moment here, for all those present. We opened up the issue of supply chains. And in this, which is not very easily readable when one sees it from far, it needs to be bigger, we asked one expert institution to make a supply chain breakdown. So, and part of it has to do with applications and part of it has to do with raw materials. We are happy to explain further on this. Please turn, next slide, please, very fast. I don't think we should go to all this. If please go, yes, okay. Please, next slide. Okay. At this moment, we have been able to have two types of achievements. Three types. One of them is learning. When we started Berry Plus, the issue of value chain and how value chain is an issue of a product, not of a whole industry. It has to be taken product by product. We had not totally, all of us at least, recognized. So learning is one important thing. The second thing that we have managed is to have some concepts, development concepts, how to create models for transforming regional economies so that they have higher level of added value and specialization. And the third thing are those cases similar to yours that you have been discussing and we have been discussing today. Please go on. Yes. I don't know if there is time to explain this, but this is the model we have developed together with the regional authority and the dairy cluster in Western Macedonia in Greece. I don't want to spend time, but the presentation is public and it can be shared and we are happy to answer questions. The issue is here how to combine the constant development needs coordinated by a cluster with investments that are, of course, part of private enterprise and private initiatives. Please go on. Okay, our challenges. There have been these kind of three types of challenges. We have a lack of coordination funding. None of these three partnerships have had coordination funding. In the process of these years, some of the regions found solutions, others did not find. Then we have often a reluctance from regional authorities to be involved. And also we need to expand the partnership and our network. So today it has been a very valuable day for us. I would like now to stop this presentation and say two words about the possibilities for collaboration from our side. Is it possible, please? May I share screen? Is it possible for me to share screen?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, it should be possible, but it's kind of technical stuff.
Okay, then Kazimir, from the meeting we had, there are two issues, two examples that were presented by the University of Oulu. One of them has to do with cosmetics. It is this furfural. And this presentation also is public. I can send it again. It is about how for the skin to have to better deal with UV rays. So it is protecting the skin from being burned and from sicknesses. So this is something now I think that we are seeking partners to develop further, and in parallel we have filed for a patent. So it is quite progressed. Another issue is that because we have a lot of forest and forest activity, we are doing several things with lignin, and we have another just approved pattern for using white lignin to replace plastics in the wood processing industry. I'm only mentioning, I know this is not the issue of the day. The third thing from the University of Oulu, and also from Lapland, we are working together, is that we are discussing different industries, different ways for extracting raw materials and functional ingredients from wood side streams for different applications. And for this also, we would be happy to have partners and focus the applications on common domains. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nineta, for this short presentation. I know it was not perfectly streamlined in terms of that we cannot engage you in this discussion. We noted your presentation. We are working here. I can assure you that we are working here to pass this message to all those who should be here on the audience, and it will be continuing this dialogue later on after this event.
That's it.
Goodbye. Thank you for being with us for this moment.
Many
we
thanks.
Missed you here
on the
place. We missed you here on the place in Kraków, but next time.
Next time, yes.
Yeah,
next
thank you.
time. Many thanks.
Many thanks. Proszę Państwa, to była ostatnia prezentacja. Dziękuję, że wytrzymaliście. I wiem, że nie do końca dotyczyło to Waszych zainteresowań. Z tej prezentacji można wyciągnąć lekcję, czy z tej części można wyciągnąć lekcję, że współpraca się opłaca, tylko trzeba być cierpliwym, bo nigdy nie wiadomo, co z czegoś takiego może wyniknąć. To jest ciekawa propozycja. Wiem, że nie dotyczy bezpośrednio Was. Tu ta prezentacja jest po prostu spóźniona w stosunku do tego, co powinno się dziać wcześniej. Dlatego ona się wydarzyła teraz, a nie wcześniej. Spóźniona w sensie technicznym i dlatego ona była. No ale była przewidziana, odbyła się, wiemy co robić. Gdyby ktoś z Państwa był zainteresowany tymi tematami, to oczywiście mamy te prezentacje i mamy więcej kontaktów. Zapraszam na kolejne spotkanie grupy tematycznej, która będzie związana z Berry+. Ona się wiąże głównie z tematem w tej chwili żywności funkcjonalnej. Ale te tematy się bardzo ściśle wiążą z aktywnym zdrowiem i życiem i starzeniem się, więc dziękuję za teraz, za dzisiaj, zapraszamy na jutro, do zobaczenia. Na dole jest jeszcze chyba poczęstunek cały czas, więc można skorzystać.